Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to Crystal Project. The solo character challenge run continues. Last time we left off, we actually managed to defeat 3 of the deep sea bosses, and the 4th one didn't seem too undoable. So, in fact, we have defeated most of the bosses with just a singular character so far. So, well, let's see whether that trend continues. Also, for anybody who might be watching this in pieces and highlight later, it's been a few days. We had literally a Monster Sanctuary 100% run in between, which hopefully I remember to highlight too if you'd like to watch that. And yeah, let's see how this is going to go. Oh yeah, on the topic of cameras, I guess. Streamers using cameras in general. Honestly, I'm kind of in two minds about it. I occasionally just kind of like looking over to the person, well, see what they're up to, like how they feel about certain things that happen in the game and stuff like that. But also, I'm always somebody who feels like, please don't cover up too much of your game screen. I think that would be kind of nice too. Alrighty, where was I going? Yeah, deep sea monsters. Of course, we have the high jump now, thanks to somebody joining the speedrun Discord and noting that a tier seed? I didn't realize that purple chests could have seeds in them. Alrighty, where was the tentacle monster? Because I forgot. Did I mark it? I hope I marked it. I think this should be the one. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Or was this the Kraken? Or the shark? We did defeat the shark. It was kind of first try. Even though I was just kind of trying to scout the battle, see whether we can reasonably take that thing on, and even though it is really fast, we managed to just barely keep pace with it, and eventually got the random buff for Frenzy. Is it called Frenzy? It's not called Frenzy, is it? Crazed. The crazed speed buff, basically. Alrighty, let me just stop running around randomly, I suppose, and get to where we need to go. I say that. There is the Neptune Stone. Hello, welcome to God's Black Arm. Hope you're doing well. People's overlays need to be lean, man. I mean, it always kind of depends. I definitely agree with that assessment. Like minimal stuff overlaying the game at the very least, if not just kind of having it off the side of the game for me personally. But that's just me personally, right? It kind of depends on what you like to watch streams for, right? Because sometimes you might just enjoy the person, the personality, and if you see a bit more of the person and the personality, it can be quite fine. Different people, different tastes in the end. What's that one? Oh, that's one of those swamp kits. Give a ton of chop points, but also are kind of difficult to catch. Why do I have a skull over here? Oh, right, that's the boss once we have all the deep sea eyes. That's what this was about. I think this was the shark. Let me just go and check. Sorry, it's been, well, quite a bit since last time. Shark, unironically, is probably easier to manage with one person than an entire team. Yeah, as long as you get to have enough speed. Keeping that one person alive indefinitely is way easier, especially since There's no way to cast image or anything like that in this game, like there's in Final Fantasy V. In Final Fantasy V, casting image, basically you manage to automatically avoid the next 2 physical attacks. And that would be perfect for the shark fight, but since the only way to get perfect avoidance and enhance it is kind of a lot more awkward in this game, either use Entrench via the Aegis ability or use the Weaver with Amplify status. It makes it quite tricky. Are we here? I forget. I'm pretty sure this was the shark, right? We did knock out the shark. And I think we formulated a plan for knocking down the tentacle monster as well. If I'm not I think it was here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was here. Let me actually mark this one here. This is X. Why not? The tentacle monster, I think we wanted to use like a Reaper setup with a ribbon. Reaper because it has so much lifesteal and maximum health increase. Basically survivability should be reasonably straightforward with a Reaper. That's the theory anyways. I'm just trying to see. I think the Flyer's Lookout is probably the closest spawn point to this. You're almost always consistently upset with Super Metroid randomizer overlays. They take up so much space with graphics, it makes the content smaller. Oh, I see. Not really watched too much a Super Metroid randomizer. But I figure since it's a 4x3 game, the side should be plenty for a tracker usually. Alrighty, what's my current setup? We are actually a Reaper, apparently I already geared over. We have the Underdring, the Bone Trophy. Basically both of these give us a massive damage boost. And I do believe we kind of probably need a ribbon. I think this was just the default Reaper setup we had. Spellsword Helmet was, I think, just the best defense we had as well. I'm pretty sure we will need a ribbon. We can also cast Quick. What was our passives about? Counter to, well, counter, you would expect. Fast cast, to cast faster for casting quicker. Perfect Vision, Safeguard. Well, I'm gonna remove the Bone Trophy for now because it's also minus 50% HP and it's a stance. Means we couldn't use any other stances. Not that we have any with this setup, but let's see. Ribbon. Let me heal up to full. And let's see what this guy has in store for us. Alrighty, the Peacekeeper. Tentamouth, 1, 2, 3 and 4. All of them are slightly different, with different stats and all these kinds of things. Most of them have Wrap, I think. Oops. Wrap means that they attack and paralyze at the same time. The damage is not much, but the paralyzation attack is kind of the biggest issue of it. But now thanks to the ribbon we are immune to the paralyzation status. They do have Bloodsuck, which is a good chunk more damage. It is, I think, all physical damage though. And with the Reaper hopefully we will be strong enough to survive. And the Peacekeeper itself is immediately going to do what? You're doing a Wrap attack yourself, which is actually the weakest. Basically, Wrap is what we want to see right now. He also has Floodgate, multi-target, water damage, Ink Blast, blinding us, which we should be immune to thanks to the ribbon. Impale, which deals a good chunk of damage, ignoring most of our defenses. Wrap and Devour is instant kill. Oh, right. Ribbon does not give us immunity to that, does it? So we'll probably die to that. Alright, I'm gonna cast Quick, so I will get 2 turns. Counter. Wrap is fine, and I get a counter. Alrighty. Let's see. The only way we have to lifesteal right now is with the Reaper abilities. Single target scythe skill. Kind of wanna just focus down the big guy. Life drink here. I need to get used to using different buttons again compared to Monster Sanctuary. Because in Monster Sanctuary you couldn't use the action button to confirm like menu information. In this game you can. I should have actually done one of these cuts first, and then the others. Or at least expertise first. How much damage do we do? Not nearly enough to kill any of them, as you would expect. Multi-target weapon skill, but all of these cost us HP. We do need to survive until our next turn. Let me just see, multi-target... Oh, right. The scythe here turns all multi-target spells into single target. It enhances them with it, but... yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, we do also have the regeneration status for the heal over time, based on our maximum HP. And our maximum HP keeps growing because that's part of the Reaper passive. Devour, there's the insta-kill, and we did. So we do need protection against instant death in some capacity. Maybe not the Adjudicator. Replace basic attack with Cleave. I think you unfortunately do not counter with Cleave, that would be too good. I don't think there's another way to become immune to instant death, aside from using either a wand, which would mean we would not have, well, a proper weapon, or the Hope Cross. I think we have to use the Hope Cross, huh? I mean, the other way is technically to just either blind the boss or dodge the attack in some other method whenever he's using the Devour, but I don't think we have access to that in any capacity. So I think we cannot use the Undead Ring, which means the physical damage is going to be way higher. So we just hope that the Reaper is going to outpace that kind of damage, I suppose. Kind of trying to think whether there's like a better helmet. This one gives us like power up in turn 1, which if turn 1 is an issue, that could be useful. Let's see, Valkyrie Mail for the heal over time, because that heal is huge. I don't think the Adjudicator is all that great. We actually lose a lot of defense pierce potential if we don't use the Adjudicator. Like that's 30% defense pierce. Then again, I don't really know how much defense they have to begin with. And if we don't use scythes, we would not be able to use our Reaper abilities. At least not the lifesteal ones. But if we don't use a scythe, we could instead use like a lifesteal sword. So we would just consistently heal back all the damage every turn. Maybe that would be fine, as long as we have enough maximum HP to survive the big attack, right? That's the biggest question though. Because if we go for a sword, which there is that one sword that gives us a lot of lifesteal, this one-handed, but it's kind of low. That's two-handed. It's kind of low at offensive power. Wait, where is that sword? Contract? Is it contract? I think it was the Wasn't there another sword? I think there was another sword based on that stuff. Make sure to see. Crystal Project weapons. There was another weapon that people mentioned that we get from a drop. I think in the castle it was. What was it? Lifeline. Lifeline is a one-handed sword. You get minus 30% maximum HP, but you get 25% lifesteal and it's pretty strong. So if we can get a lifeline, that might be sufficient. Hey Northrex, welcome. How are you doing today? And roll a d20. Oh, a 16. Pretty good roll. Nice. But as usual, you can re-roll it if you'd like to, and because luck allows you to choose whichever roll you want, you can always just choose the one that you want. Alrighty, let's go ahead and look at that weapon, because it's a really strong single-handed weapon, and 25% lifesteal doesn't sound like a lot, but considering that it's almost, well, about 3 times stronger than the other weapon we could go for, we actually don't lose much lifesteal and we would deal a lot more damage. Oh wait, it was one of the seed thingies, wasn't it? That drops the lifeline sword. That's why we didn't really go for it yet. What seeds do we have? Do we have the watering can? Where do you get the watering can from? Oh yeah, the watering can was in the shack, wasn't it? I probably have it. Aye. So we have a sketchy tuber fetish and tear seed. Lifeline comes from the bloody carrot, which you get from the garden. A bloody carrot. How do we get to a bloody carrot? Not what you see, Gemist. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the information. Crystal Project, bloody carrot. Oh yeah, it's a drop, by the way. I don't even know how strong that thing is. It has harvested bloodsuck and such. You get the seed from a castle enemy. Right. Which means we need to be strong enough. Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong buttons for the menus. Which means we need to be strong enough to actually defeat the castle enemies, and Reaper is probably usually fine for that. So, let's see. I hope they don't insta-kill us. Let's equip Autumn's Oath for having increased item drop chance. Now the big question is, of course, which castle enemies drop these things? In fact, what I could do is, hang on. Be safe. On a shrine. A file. Then we go check in the other file, because that is a lot easier for people to watch and see. You think most garden enemies are 100% drop rate, the seeds are just rare. Okay. Good to know. I guess not doing 100% bestiary comes back to bite me. But, well, this is also kind of fun that way. Alrighty, let's see. Where are the castle enemies? Those are in the Asian place, the mountain summit, the undersea area, cube, sequoia tree. Oh, and they must be earlier, I guess. Oh, I think Mage Knight is one of the ones. Fetish seed, is this button that we need? Bloody seed, sorry. You already told me. Mountain Knight, always milk. Those are the volcano enemies. Oh, I guess because that one enemy appears in the arena, that's why it's up there. That's the mountain top, some more. Rampart. I think now we're getting to the castle. Well, actually, no, we are in the jungle area now. Starflame. I don't remember that guy at all. That's some more undersea things that I've never even seen. Undersea, deep sea, whatever. That's the cube enemies? Am I past them again already? Maybe they are earlier. No, there they are. Bloody seeds from a witchling. I know where the witchlings are. A reed helm from a watchman. I don't remember what that does, but we could use like a better heavy helmet, because literally the heavy helmet we're using is for just defense on the Reaper. Construct mail. Guts Busby. I guess we could try that, because we did technically get to the top of the castle, so we could steal a Guts Busby from a Doomspike. Which is probably better physical defense. Dark Seed from you. Right, that would kind of make sense. Alrighty, so it is the Witchling. I know where she spawns. Alright. It is a rare steel on the other hand, so let's see how that's gonna go for us. Right. Now, she does like to use spells and physical attacks, but I think the Reaper is probably just going to overpower her anyways. Alright. Mushrooms. No, wait for me. Thank you. I think these are these ones here. Yes, Witchling. There you go. Just going to life drink. Increase my maximum HP by a lot, which means I should be able to survive easily. Maybe not with her inflicting me with the thing where I take more fire damage. Yep, there we go. 1553. Fire Ren, I think, is multi-target. Right? Fire is mostly multi-target. Yep, so I couldn't even reflect that. That's kind of awkward. So I guess I want to use maybe a flame sword instead for taking less damage. I would like to use a shield. I'm not really going to cast much. Equip shield. There it is. And if I equip a shield, I can actually equip the blood shield to actually have some heal. Valkyrie melee is gonna help with the heal too. And we can go with the thing that allows us to deal more damage, or we could just reduce the incoming fire damage some more. I'd rather go with damage for now. Okay. Anything else I wanna do? Yeah, can put in safeguard again. Alrighty, let's see whether we get murdered again. Oh my goodness. Don't I have the Mimic Reaper saved? Oh yeah! I forgot about that part actually. Thank you for the reminder. Mimic Reaper, or Mimic anything, is a thing. If we want to have the passive of the secondary, but equip everything. I don't know whether I have it saved, to be fair. Alright. So this should be a lot more damage, and a lot more lifesteal too, a lot more maximum health. Oh shoot. Oh, I forgot about the part where that's the thing that costs health, not the one that gives me health. And I'm dead again. Well, let's see how much the fire damage is reduced by. 2,000. You find a party mate that had Mimic Reaper that was all about debuffing. That sounds pretty neat. Alright, maybe if I played slightly better, we would be better off, but let's just reduce the incoming fire damage with an oven mitt, 30% less fire damage taken. And I guess I'm just going to do regular attacks, maybe? I'll come back. Oh, shoot. Mushrooms! Oh wow, I don't even have to jump. Alright, let me actually just cast Quick here, maybe. Oh, she's going twice before me going once. Bonk. Let's see whether that might make me survive. She's real fast, holy cow. Maybe we just need to go Chemist. Safeguard. And... if I cast Quick, this might work out in my favor. 76 healed is really not much. Lost to cast fire and all the time as long as I still have that debuff. Just managed to barely heal out of that range. Okay, we don't cast Quick enough this time. Does Spotlight not cost any casting time or something? She is below half HP now. Basically we are barely keeping up right here. %15% lifesteal is just really not that much. And we're still keeping up here. We have one more quick cast, but she might be done before that. Barely still alive. Alright. That's a struggle. Oh dear. Get a tincture, not the item we're looking for. I'm sure there is a better solution to this fight. In your party you had Warrior Beatsmith to put weaken attack or magic on the entire team, a Rogue Assassin for a coup or just constant big crits, a Warlock Nomad for the heals, and a Mimic Reaper that spread burn, poison, bleed on every attack. Because of Mimic, you could give it to the Beatsmith stance and swap the Warrior stance, and that every turn could apply all the debuffs. That sounds pretty awesome. Alright, so we survived. Not glorious, but we survived. Ay, ay, ay. That is with the Flame Sword and Oven Mitt combined. I mean, I guess it works. I need to get back into Crystal Project mindset because I'm having trouble keeping up with these. At least we see your HP now, so that helps a little. Oh, you know what? Reflect Sword actually would help reflect that ability in particular. Reflect Shield, excuse me. So it would actually be quite a fine idea on that end. This is... wait. Oh no, we did get the safeguard. Without the safeguard we would have been dead. We could go attack focus for regular attacks to deal more damage. That actually would probably be beneficial here. Gonna be too slow, so we have to do a regular attack first. $35 HP. Just about good enough. We're on the 88, there we go, that was too much. Alright, so if I change up my passives a little bit here. Safeguard feels like it's kind of important, Perfect Vision probably as well in order to guarantee the hits. Counters are not useful in this particular encounter. If I go with attack focus, our regular attacks will deal 35% more damage, which is kind of all I'm using right now. Which might actually be bad, because I might not get into critical HP to give me the safeguard shield, but... well... not sure what else to do with that stuff. Yeah, let's see whether this works. Also, I'm going to try out the mirror shield. Because she might just keep trying to apply the damage over time effect. Actually, in this case, with the mirror shield, I'm going to actually use the old contract sword here. Which has 100% lifesteal. It's not gonna be much damage, but all of the damage we deal, we heal up literally. Which could be all we need. The only boss that gives you real trouble is the last one, Banish SBS. The deep sea one that randomly drops aggro and murders the non-tank. Oh yeah, the shark! Yeah, that shark is mean. Definitely the shark gave me the most trouble. There we go, spotlight. So, we don't take the 35% increased damage. Oh wait. You don't even... you don't fire in? Really? I just need a mirror shield and you're toast. That's all it took. Oh my goodness. Completely forgot about potential AI changes. I didn't even look at her abilities. Okay, mirror shield is all we need. We don't even need to lifesteal in any capacity. Because she's just knocking herself out on top of that. Mirror shield has been amazing so far in this. Hey, we got a bloody seed! I just wanna fight some more of them. Let's see. What weapon do we go for? This has... wow, I didn't realize... defense plus 100? Wait, what? Oh, it's two-handed. I was wondering, why do I get plus 100 defense when equipping this thing? Because it's two-handed, yeah, I guess. Can't use a when basically the mirror shield gives me minus 100 HP. That's why. Alrighty, now... sure, let's just go ahead and see what that does for us. And since this one is no issue anymore, we could actually just literally use 2 item drop accessories at this point. DJ Birdman, thank you so much for the raid into the host, and welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. Welcome everybody to Crystal Project, Solo Cactus Challenge Run. We are accompanied by someone sleepy, someone snoozing, and somebody napping. And we are currently trying to get some bloody seeds to see whether that weapon coming up from the bloody seed might be useful. Although I have to defeat a bloody carrot, and I have no idea how that's gonna work because I've never defeated one before. And because we have a mirror shield, this enemy here, she just, well, reflects all of her abilities back to herself, so it's easy enough. If you don't know Crystal Project, maybe you know Final Fantasy V, it has a similar chop system like that. It is a static world, it is not randomized. But it's really, really good if you like some good RPGs and maybe enjoy a bit of platforming too. To be fair, it does have a, well, fair bit of platforming. Alright. That might be good enough for all we need, so... let me go ahead and plant a bloody seed. Actually, what are the conditions for things to grow? Because I honestly have no idea. Also, wait, do I have the watering can? I don't even know. Here. Plant the sketchy seed in the bottom left. Okay, we do have a watering can. So the bloody seed we just put in the top right. Because why not? Now we wait. Right, the question is, how long do we wait? Anybody have an idea? I guess this real-time type of deal, or what? You doing good? You did a little bit more of the 4-drop Fiesta, drop fair, the water drop into Mystic Knight, cause Fire Ship with only Thief is going to be rough. Yeah. That is pretty rough. As long as you get at least, if you get a Fire drop before Biblos, then it's okay, I guess. But yeah. Biblos with just Thieves or just White Mages I do not recommend. Unless you want the challenge. It's one of these challenges that you might be happy to do once. Or more specifically, be happy to have done once. And then you don't really need to do it again. Alright, I have no idea how these things are going to grow. You might have to just walk a certain distance away, or... I don't know. Let me go Mercury and run around in the world or something. It could just be real time for all I know. We planted it at just 60 hours and, let's say, 15 minutes or so. You did Fire Ship with Thieves had to steal a lot of high potions? Yeah. Knowing that there are high potions to steal with Thieves is one of the biggest assets, but if you don't know that, well, Fire Ship becomes a lot more rough. So make sure to steal the elixirs during the escape, because you can stock up like 30 to 40 of them. Yeah, no idea how long these seeds take to grow. I don't know whether it is related to me like fighting battles or something like that, because if it is, then I'm not really fighting battles, really. Just wandering around the sea and covering the map, because it's actually kind of satisfying to do. You believe it's related to warping, but you might be wrong about that. Interesting. So if I warp to the Castle Sequoia and the top of the Tree of Sequoia and the Chalice of Star and Mercury and Poseidon and Mars and Ganymede, Triton, Callisto, Europa, Dion, which actually is where I should place my save point, because that is the closest to the tentacle monster. Which, speaking of which, yeah, I think we need the Hope Cross in order to survive. Unless we can somehow manage to keep our dodge buffs alive, which I'm pretty sure we cannot against this many enemies. Unless somebody has a crazy idea. Technically, we might be able to get that dodge buff back through random buffs, but I've actually never seen a dodge buff through random buffs, so that probably does not work. Alright, let's see. We don't need an oven mitt. Let's go for Spring Oath. We do go with... What does a Bloody Carrot even do? Do we go... Hang on. I think we just go... Entrench Alchemist. We should be the most reliable way of defeating enemies that are physical based, because I think the boss is actually physical based, isn't it? We'll see. We will see. And I'm also going to equip the Autumn's Oath, just in case it is a chance to drop. Well, actually, if it is a chance to drop, I'm not gonna know if I get it first try. Actually, let's not use this one, just so we actually get information whether it is or not. Maybe a fursuit for more speed and turn timer at battle start could be useful. Okay, back to Gaia, maybe. See whether the seeds have grown at this point. Oh, something has grown over there. Pluck? Sure. I have no idea what I planted. Weed, apparently. I also have no idea how strong this thing is. Apparently I'm way faster than it, so chances are it's really weak. Takes 900 damage, and it's almost dead already according to the preview. Alright, Secret Herb. This was the other seed we planted, which was a few seconds beforehand. So let's see whether it might be real-time based, because this is about 5 minutes, right? But it also is the seed we planted one later, so let's go Neptune. We haven't warped to Neptune yet, and then come back. It'd also be related to difficulty. The stronger seeds or something take longer to grow. I don't know. Not something I ever explored. Still the same. It's literally watching grass grow. True. I mean, whether it's spending time or actually going places, I guess it doesn't really matter, because we're doing both here by warping around. The only way to figure out whether it is based on real time is just sit in a place for 10-15 minutes and then go and check afterwards. I'm too lazy for that. We could go to the New World, actually. Because we haven't actually never been here. We got the New World Stone at the top of the castle, and I actually never used it until now. Welcome to the New World. Is there a safe thingy here? There is. Because if I want to steal from them for a helmet, which I assume is gonna be better than what I get, I would need to be both really fast and get a better steal chance. So let me actually... We should have a template for run and steal. Which... we don't need float shoes for this. Dancing shoes probably don't do anything, but preemptive glove. First strike mid they are called. Preemptive glove, first strike mid, same difference. I believe there's a armor that increases our steal chance. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. We might not have it. We have more speed on the rogue vest. The hat increases our steal chance. And we could also equip the Magus glove for increased steal chance. We do need actually a shield. That's my passives. We don't need adrenaline for this one, because they're gonna explode in us. Mirror shield to survive, basically. More speed. Alright, the biggest question is effectively whether we get to go before the enemies hit us. Hi. Hail Ashley. Okay. You bet it literally can't grow if you're watching it. Very possible. Did you know that in Pokemon Gen 2 or 3, there's actually an animation for the trees growing? You just never get to see it because it's real time. Might be Generation 2. We are clearly not fast enough. So this gives us turn. Do we have preemptive thingy somewhere? We don't need a sword. We don't need a smoke screen for here. Stalwart could be useful. Turn timer -50 at battle start. So these enemies here in particular is actually exactly what I'm looking for, because they have a steal that gives you a helmet that increases your... There you go, 30 chance to steal. They have a helmet that basically increases explode damage by 50%. And yes, that's kind of literally all they do too. It just explode once and that's it. I think there's one more encounter here. Oh. Well, actually it doesn't matter. They don't have anything though. I guess I could have put the other guy to sleep. So this one would burn your mana, but that doesn't really help us. Is there a stick that's two-handed, unfortunately? Yeah, we don't actually have a one-handed weapon for you. That's okay, we don't need a weapon. Let's go Mercury, and then we go New World again. And hope that the enemies respawn here. They did respawn. This is somewhere in the underworld, by the way. So I can try to put you to sleep. So I might get more chances to steal. Actually, you still only get one chance to steal, so this is not that useful. And we got the... Actually, no, we did get to use the chances to steal. And we got the Guts Busby. I don't know whether this helmet actually has more defense, but it could have. I keep forgetting about the quick menu for some reason. It's truly been too long since I played this game. Alrighty. Now, back to Dodge... No, not Dodge Tank. Trench Alchemist, or a Trench Chemist. It's Al the Chemist. And... First strike mids for slightly more safety. Drink some milk. Alright, let's see whether the things have grown this time. We've done a bit of stuff in between now. It did not grow. I am actually kind of surprised. Maybe different spots in there grow more or less quick. We did get all the class armors, did we? Is this the chest that I never know how to get? This is the chest that I still don't know how to get. There has to be some way in there. Is it in here? Did I just always miss that part? JP Erics, thank you! Thank you so much for 21 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Okay. I want to finally figure out how to get to this chest. I still have no idea. I'm pretty sure the entrance is like south of here. Or at least the tunnel. Or you get through this tunnel here, or something like that. There's a few visible holes in the ground nearby. Maybe this one? No, that's not one. Oh, is this where the spooky enemies are? That one's a little hard to see, so I should slow down a bit. Because this is the one chest that I feel like I've seen so many times and I just don't know how to get in there. Maybe in one of these plans? Never considered that, I guess. I hate the spooky enemies. Yeah, and there's a lot of them in this game. Fishy. Fishy, 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 fishy. Fishy. Can I talk to Fishy? Yeah, that's a very strange salmon, okay. So there's an entrance here, I know that. We already found this one. But there's no way to get over to the right side. This is the part over there that I have no idea how to get to. That's the catch. Right, so there's another entrance here, but this only leads north. And then from here, this appears to be a dead end. Like, there's like a hint of the stuff going to the right there, but I've never been able to go to the right there. And there's like another stuff here that seems to go over here. Wait. No, there's nothing here in the front. Maybe there's like a hole on this column. The way you found it was to follow the exposed tunnel blocks. Okay, let's do that. That sounds like a good idea. Follow this one. This is kind of the end here, right? So these are the tunnel blocks. So let's follow them. They seem to go over here. Where do they go from here? There's another one here, but also over there. Like, this appears to be where... This one? Ah, there we go, finally. This is what I've been missing this entire time. Thank you. A rampart key. Key to access door leading to the castle ramparts. Oh, that's how you get that. I've only ever had the skeleton key for that. Hard to see indeed. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Finally I got closer out of that one. Definitely hard to see. Like, honestly, in hindsight, I should have noticed that earlier, because if you go down here... Oh no, actually not here. The other one, I think? The one earlier. If you go down here, where I've been plenty of times, you can see there's a tunnel over there on the right side. So I could have tried to follow up on that lead, where it's just like, oh, what is just north of that chest right there? Where, if I were to go to the chest, this would be the chest, and this would be just north of here, right? Yeah, it would actually lead perfectly to it in hindsight. But hindsight is 20/20. Alrighty, let's see, we spent a considerable amount of time just looking around here. Let's see, it's been more than 15 minutes. And the seed has grown. Alrighty, let's see, pluck. Welcome to the blood carrot, or the bloody carrot. It appears to be using mostly physical attacks. It is decently fast, so we have to go with our traditional entrench strategy. We are faster, so that helps. 941 damage for it. Can't bloodsuck me. Because I'm dodging everything. So for anybody who does not know how this setup here works, we look like a Weaver, but that's because we have the Weaver armor equipped, which guarantees that we hit physical attacks. It actually reminds me, I don't need that guaranteed physical attack from the passive. Either way. Effectively, one of our passives is called Smoke Bomb, which avoids one physical attack in combat. But, Entrench here is an Aegis ability. Each current status has its tick count increased by 2. I think they actually updated the description that it's tick count rather than duration increased by 2. Because tick count implies that Smoke Bomb, which normally has only 1 tick, increases by 2 more. And normally Entrench has like a 4-turn cooldown, which means you could only use it every 5th turn, so to speak. But because we are a chemist as a main character, the passive of the chemist is that you have a maximum of cooldowns of 1 turn. So every other turn we can entrench. And we get the Lifeline weapon. Nice. Minus 30% max HP, but physical lifesteal plus 25% and pretty substantial physical damage. We did not need any drop accessories, but we could have just gotten lucky, I don't know. I do think somebody earlier mentioned that they believe that it is all a guaranteed drop, but here we are. If you know about that, you can almost just as easily get the skeleton key though. Yeah, definitely. If you have access to the skeleton key, there's little reason to not get it. Aside from kind of wanting to have closure on how to get these keys to begin with. There's been at least 3 or 4 doors that I did not figure out how to get the keys the normal way, I just had the skeleton key first, but in a bunch of these cases, effectively, because I had the skeleton key, I got through the front door, and then I found the actual key inside, like the underground tram in the Desert Bazaar, or also, I think that was the case in one other place. I think in the Ice Cave, somewhere towards the summon or something, where I didn't realize that there was another entrance that I just happened to have missed until then. And then I backtracked through there and, oh, that's the other entrance. It's just kind of the beauty of this game, where you have so many possibilities on how to approach things. I just really like that. Alrighty, let's go. I guess Mimic Reaper is the way to go. We do have actually templates saved here. And instead of Kingsguard, wonder how well Kingsguard might work. It could be interesting. Either way, we're going to have to use something that gives us immunity to paralyzation. Actually, question. If we use Valkyrie's Dance, what gives... does that give us immunity? Okay, we do not get immunity to paralyzation through Valkyrie stance, so we pretty much have to use a ribbon to be immune to paralyze. And we pretty much have to use the Hope Cross to be immune to instant kill. And with this, beyond that, we have a rather limited way of reviving. We don't need the Construct Mail, because, well, that normally is kind of neat, but in this case we don't need it. We can go with the Valkyrie Mail instead, which gives us regeneration permanently in combat. We don't need the Regen Crown, we'd rather have something for more physical defense. And the Guts Busby has 140 defense, which actually apparently is less than the Spellsword Helm. Wow, the Spellsword Helm still being better. That's kind of surprising, honestly. Like, this is spell lifesteal, but I don't think we deal spell damage with the Reaper. I think it's still considered physical. The fancy item shop, you actually need the skeleton key. You can get the normal key afterwards only. Interesting. You've never not gotten the garden enemy drop, is how you will say it. Makes sense. Hindsight is 2020 and we all hated 2020. Yeah. Among other things. Alrighty. There's not really anything we want to reflect in this upcoming encounter. Or is there? Let's get the Lifeline. So this is 25% physical lifesteal. We have less maximum HP, but thanks to the Reaper passive, we gain more maximum HP as we attack and counter-attack for that matter. We can use different shield. I think the Bulwark has the most straight-up defenses. Nope, the Tower Shield has more defenses. You never evade physical attacks, but that's kind of okay, I guess. We could consider... Actually, I never went to buy that one. We are right here. We could consider by using the Turtle Shield. I actually don't know how good the physical defenses are of the Turtle Shield. Let's see. We could go main Reaper and secondary Aegis just for the Entrench. Because if the boss does not use the spells particularly frequently, entrenching that ability might just be fine. Or the thing, not that. Not the ability, the... entrenching the spell defense might just be fine. Hey. There it is, Turtle Shell. Buy an Artemis bow too, why not? This one and this one. Alrighty, Turtle Shell gives us 9,999 resistance for one magical hit taken. We lose actually speed with this. Evasion doesn't matter. But the speed could matter. You get actually a lot of crit resistance from the Bulwark. Dueling Shield, oh! Oh, I actually like that idea a lot more. That's a good one. I forgot Dueling Shield existed, because Dueling Shield gives us a counter. And yes, that's a separate, additional counter compared to what we already have. This is way better. Yeah, Dueling Shield is strictly better, because we counterattack more. Alrighty, do we need Blood Spiller? Do we need counter? Maybe we will want to have Safeguard. Use that shield so much. Yeah, I keep forgetting about it, but it seems like such a crazy good shield. Especially, like, that's kind of one of my favorite things about this game, and games like it. Basically, my favorite thing is if early game items might have weaker stats, offensive, defensive, but they still have interesting and or useful abilities attached to them. So it might still be worthwhile to consider using them. And I think the duelist shield is one of these where, you know, countering is actually quite neat. That's this, oh, that's the spooky place. I'm not going there. I forget what these enemies even do. But yeah, there's quite a few of them. Did I place the X? Oh, it's just... oh, it's over there. Apparently I did place a skull above ground. Tic-tac throw, thank you. Thank you so much for 37 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Okay, there we go. To damage over time debuffs work on this boss, otherwise you might want to consider removing Blood Spiller Venom Coat. I mean, they should work. Most bosses or enemies are not immune to damage over time. I think there's like one. Alrighty. Let's see how this is gonna go, shall we? I guess we just attack. Begin with maximum HP and a bit of HP back counter. And counter thanks to duelist shield. We have 900 HP right now. Counter 1, 71 HP gain. Counter 2, we gain just slightly more HP back than we invest. That guy crit. That was a ton of damage. I think we need Safeguard. Safeguard would now give us a shield here. Wrap is fine because it's less damage. $548. Just barely survived that one. Alrighty. This is probably not gonna work out, honestly. Some of these tentacles take way more damage than others. Yeah, I think we need Safeguard to reduce the incoming damage. Pocket Sand actually might be a lot better than I gave it credit for. Okay, we're flat. Alright. The strategy looks mildly promising. We do take so much more damage than usual. We could consider the Slime Coat instead. Slime Coat reduces our HP by 75%, but also all damage we receive by 75%. So we have a lot less HP. But we also take a lot less damage. But because our damage output and healing is still about equivalent, it might just be about fine. Let's remove Blood Spiller. We're gonna go attack focus. So we deal with our regular attacks more damage. And we need to go Safeguard. Pocket Sand. We don't technically need Pocket Sand. In fact, I don't want Pocket Sand. Anything else? I think the rest we have. Counter. We really want to have counter. Safeguard for when we get into critical HP. We get shield, or well, we take 35% less damage. Perfect Vision to hit guaranteed when our chance to hit is over 80%. And attack focus, so our regular attack deals 35% more damage. If you Pocket Sand, it might be bad, because it eliminates counters and it might be worth using. Possibly. Either way, I don't think Pocket Sand really helps in this situation. Let's see. Hello. We're back. I hope the other guys don't get to go before they attack us. Because they're too slow. So, wrap. I would pretty much always attack this guy anyways. I think we heal now way more than we take damage. Unfortunately, our black mage dudes are... yeah. They are valid targets here, so let's go and knock them out before we get into the encounter. And I actually kind of really want the Region Crown in this situation now, right? Like, sure, less physical damage is taken would be nice, but we already have so much percentage physical damage reduction, it should be okay on that end. Okay. Let's go ahead and get them knocked out. In 161 maximum HP, and a portion of the damage we just dealt is also, of course, healed up immediately thanks to Lifeline's 25% damage deal. Effectively, the numbers are just way smaller on us than they were before. Alrighty, let's see. Quintar wheat. I did not even know you could farm that stuff. We're gonna go ahead and save, and every time we lose now, we are going to just go ahead and reload the save. One of the depth bosses is immune to damage over time effects, I take it. Alrighty. Round 20 or something. Alrighty. I'm going to hit the one that takes the most damage, like this guy. No. We heal 132 and 132. We heal 71 against more resilient enemies. 185 physical damage taken. Which we don't... Well, actually, if we crit, we heal more than they deal damage. This is looking really promising here. Especially since whenever they use Wrap, they're kind of good to go. Let's see whether the Impale is going to be a big issue from the boss itself. Devour, of course, doesn't do anything. That's the funny part about it. No. Repeat the last seen ability on the same target at no cost. Use the ability which the user was last hit by. Can take part. We can just straight up kill one of these clowns. I can devour them. Do I want to do that? I don't think I think I want to just hit the Peacekeeper at this point, right? Like, I could kill them, but I'm thinking it might be better for me for them to be alive, because I think on average I heal more off of the dudes than I take damage. Okay, we don't actually need the... words. I need words. We don't actually need Safeguard in this situation here. Well, right now we don't. Let's see what the boss's spell is going to do to us, because it's going to be something that we can't counterattack, but our maximum HP is way higher than it even normally is, despite the slime coat. Floodgate. This is the big danger. 227 water damage. Which is a decent amount, but I think on average we should be fine. Especially since he doesn't even cast that every turn. 484 raw damage right there. We don't heal that much. Well, we don't heal that much with counterattacks, but our heal over time might actually make up the difference. Maybe Safeguard is still required. It might be that we're using the Reaper abilities that cost HP now. Maybe. We are so much slower than the boss. It's actually kinda crazy. All the enemies, really. Let's see. Lifesteal on kill. Extra damage for multi-target. Creeping cut for extra damage. Reduce enemy defenses. Actually see real quick. Peacekeeper takes 95% less HP percent damage, so it still takes HP percent damage. So Venom Coat and Blood Spiller would still be fine. I think I'm just attacking really, because we do have the 35% increased attack. Slime Coat Reaper. Pretty tank. I think it depends on how much you would like to eat octopus for the Devourer. Personally, you would not even try. I would not want to try and eat any of these tentacles. Then again, in general, I'm not a big fan of seafood to begin with, so there's that too. I am curious what will happen when we get to low HP. Actually, I will be able to use the Impale against him as well, right? You like octopus, but well cooked, not raw. What did I get hit by? Bloodsuck? Huh. It's actually some substantial lifesteal right there. These double counters via Duelist Shield are definitely the way to go here. Floodgate is fine. I could just Floodgate you. That would be funny. They're not even resistant to water damage, I don't think. Oh, one tentacle is almost down. I think one tentacle is down now. Oh, that guy in the bottom left heals from water. Interesting. What happens if you have lifesteal but your weapon element heals the enemy? Do you still get health from it, or is it purely based on how much damage you deal? Or do you even lose health? Never actually seen that interaction. Or if I've seen it, I did not pay attention to it. As long as the tentacles are alive, we stay really healthy, right? The scary part is as soon as the tentacles are down and we don't get the extra counter and lifesteal anymore. Well, maybe a scary part. It could just be fine. Ink Blast. That's actually good, because the damage is super low, and we are immune to blind anyways. Heal the tentacles? I don't have means to heal the tentacles, actually. You can't use item in combat in this game. Well, unless you're a chemist. Starting to remember to actually say chemist instead. That's why I said maybe if I had like a specific elemental weapon I could heal one of the tentacles, but it kind of depends on whether I would actually get healed from my healing the tentacles or not. Either way, I think it's probably going to be fine. Impale crit is effectively the most scary thing that we can encounter. that one. 299 non-crit. Which we don't heal up at all, really. Well, we do with the heal over time effect, I suppose. Chemist is mostly there, but it has insanely good combo stuff. Yeah, I feel like that's the point of Chemist. The combo potential. And it does actually have some decent utility, like healing for 1000 straight up is actually pretty good. And getting quicker turns with the smaller heals instead is also quite competent. Don't miss. You're not supposed to miss. Copy. I can actually copy the wrap. Now that's an interesting thought. I do not want to copy Floodgate. Ink Blast copy would actually be potentially useful if it's against Impale next. Alright, I think the tentacle here goes down, so... Actually no, it survives for one more turn. Let's see. The tentacles were definitely keeping us alive, ironically. Oh wow, both counters still worked. Wrap is fine, because we get to copy wrap. Do I want to copy wrap? I kinda do. It's 2 turns of not being able to do anything. But we also don't counterattack. No. Wait. Can I just spam that? Wait a second. It's slow, but we eventually get there. Mimic is very silly. At this point I don't have enough maximum HP to survive his attacks anymore, so I think I just have to continue. This would be the longest kill. This is the longest kill. We have to use... repeat another 140 times at this point. But... as long as he doesn't get 3 turns for us getting 1, we'll win. Actually more like 200 turns. You really like the random utility you could get up of mine? Nice. I got mine way too late into my playthrough, so I didn't really get to play around with it much. It's kind of a shame. But that's amazing. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, so how is everybody doing? How is your day? I hope you're having a pleasant day. Stay hydrated, make sure it's not too hot. Actually, turning the sun down so to make sure it's not too hot is generally speaking a good idea, but make sure to turn the sun back up for the plants and flowers and stuff outside. I think poison, blood spiller and poison stab would be good at this point if we thought about this scenario. Yes, absolutely. Like, we definitely did not need safeguard whatsoever. It's going well here. You're also playing Crystal Project. Nice. Hope you're enjoying your playthrough. You got mine pretty late yourself, but it was before you did a ton of bosses. Nice. Mine was my second to last job class. Got Summoner basically shortly before the end. The best part about me having played the way I did in my first playthrough, was getting the master material, well, really early, because I got it during the salmon race. And the master material just made me just kind of appreciate the abilities and such of the job classes much more, because without it, the new job classes I get would just be initially really weak until they finally learn some abilities. But with the master materials, I was able to immediately start using their things and abilities and actually level up the class while also using their abilities. The enemy is too fast to allow you to add one attack in the middle of the sequence, right? I have to trap here. Technically, I can attack here because I get another attack in between. So I can actually add an additional attack in between there, occasionally. It's a good point. That actually should speed up the kill quite a bit. Good thinking. But that means I can't reach chat as easily anymore. You had a really cheesy strat for Anubis that would have never worked without spending some extra time with Weaver. It was a class you never really used, but since that plays forced magic, you had to figure out something. Nice. Yeah, it was actually kind of similar for me. Like, my initial intent was to just mainly focus on magic damage dealers, but I ended up just kind of wearing off of that after a short while. While it was strong, because I was also exploring areas that I had no idea how far I need to go in order to be able to replenish my resources, and just buying tinctures was expensive in the early game, I just ended up going with classes that had like more natural sustain, or would at least recover mana in combat via the refresh passive of the Warlock, for example. Mana Burn dominated the Anubis fight for you? Yeah. Mana Burn dominated the entire cube for me. Because I think had most of the people in Skulder just to MP Sickle, put them to sleep and realized that if you put enemies to sleep and MP Sickle them, they actually don't wake up. Your endgame makeup only had healer with magic and used the A staff? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's also a fun combination that I've just randomly figured out. If you have the Nomad with the healing stance, which basically turns all single target heals into multi-target heals, even though they are 75%, basically they're weaker, but they heal everybody. And you could use that in conjunction with a healing weapon to multi-target heal your party, and then there was a helmet that normally reduces your physical damage to 0, but your target of the physical attack would now get the protect status, so I could give my entire party the protect status by just attacking my own party with the healing stance. It was great. Oh, that's nice, Big Bird, that's exactly what you did too. That was such a fun combo. Especially if you don't know what to... especially if you don't know what enemies do and what's coming up. That was just kind of the safe way of going about it. You can also use the stance to change your crit stats and get big critical hits. I actually never ended up doing that. That sounds clever too. Nice. Alright. The Peacekeeper has been defeated by... making sure he doesn't move. I used his own weapons against him, literally. We did it! Alrighty. And with this we get the last Deity Eye and the Guardian Angel Heavy Armor, which gives us re-raise. But the thing is, in a solo challenge, if you need to re-raise, you're pretty much dead anyways, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depends on your perspective. Alrighty. With this, we have done all the optional bosses pretty much. Well, I hope I don't need the Hope Cross anymore, so I'm gonna... I'm actually just... I don't know what the boss is gonna do with the upcoming, because I forget most of the things about it. Gonna equip the Undeath Ring for 35% more physical damage dealt and less physical damage taken. Normal heals would kind of be counterproductive on my character now, but we don't really use normal heals, do we? Alrighty. 2 more. We have all the deity eyes, so I guess it's now to defeat the big sketchy looking clown. I think he's over here, so I have to go like down here, straight north. I forget where the entrance is exactly. There's chests here. Oh yeah, isn't this where these guys are? The flesh eaters. They have permanent crazed status. As you can see, this guy goes 3 times for me going once. This is the scary part about these. Blood Spiller. I'm immune to the status, and I counted twice. Blood Spiller, I'm fine with that still. What's your thing that you do? Maybe it kills us anyways. Blood Extract. 396 damage, yep. Yeah, these are just super sketchy to try and deal with. Alrighty, I hope that the ally is alive now. It's not gonna really make a big difference. No, where was the thing? I think it was here. Yeah, this was the entrance right here. Alrighty, let's see. As usual, I kind of expect to have to just do stuff and form a plan. 4 offerings are required to appease Gabriel. Alright. Gabriel has been angered. Wait, didn't it say that we need to appease him? What does appease mean? Did I misunderstand that? Appease. Yeah, no. Appease should be the other way around. Now he's angry. So, in order to appease him, I need to make him angry? Or maybe the idea is that he's angered now, and then you put him down into his place. I gave him the wrong offerings? Oh, I should have given him the other eyes. To appease means to give him what he wants, right? To appease is someone is to please them, right? It is. So I'm correct about this. So I guess it's more of a concept that in order to appease him, I have to beat him in battle, and I can only beat him in battle if he's angry enough to come out. Alright. Mindless attack. I'm dead. I'd like to point out that I had the slime code equipped and he's faster than me. Oh dear. It has brutal venom. Inflicts debuffs that hit like it struck. Mindless attack. Target is chosen randomly. Which both of these have the same attack power. Star Flare, single target magic, and multi-target chaos roulette. Applies a random negative status effect. Indefinitely ignores resistance. Ignores resistance? Does it ignore immunity? Because if a random negative status effect would be instant death. But yeah, I think because of Star Flare alone we kind of need the mirror shield. Oh, the quarter health damage ignores status effects, or ignores resistance. Right, that's fine. This thing is insanely fast though. So... maybe Entrench Tank would be the way to go. Either way. Let's try to figure this out, shall we? Bless you. Alright. Let's first of all go ahead and get the information on Gabriel Stats. Because we might not be able to use Mimic because of its meddling medium stats. We may have to actually use something that is just straight up fast instead. Alrighty, Gabriel. It has 310 speed. How much speed did the shark have? Devourer. He had 420, so we should be fast enough. Preemptive might work? Maybe. Alrighty, so what kind of strategy do we want to use? We need to survive the physical attacks, right? The easiest way to do that is going down the good old route of Entrenched Alchemist. And what do we want to have? We kind of may need dancing shoes for the initial haste. Random status effects. I don't know whether ribbon will help against them still. And also if it implies, let's say, sleep indefinitely, then we would, or paralyzed, we would just be in huge trouble, so we have to use ribbon, I think. And I think we also need to... We don't actually need Eagle Eye if we use a Weaver armor. Let's see, what else do we have? We don't need learning, because we have all the stuff anyways. Blood Spiller could help doing more damage. Ward. Smokescreen is what we need. We may need the Crab Sword in order to get stuff. Alrighty, so we have currently 2 passive points available. How much accuracy does he have? Like, the chances that Gabriel has low enough accuracy that we can dodge tankers is not particularly good. But could be. Nope, 230. We need about triple the accuracy in evasion, and I think our limit is like 130 accuracy. Zappy Wand? Zappy Wand might deal more damage, but Torch, I think the damage over time effect should be better. Actually, unless he's immune to it. I did not pay attention to that. But yeah, we may need to learn whether the random negative status effect can include instant death. Then we would need other accessories here. Is there anything else interesting? We don't need to worry about healing. As long as we don't get hit, we are fine. I think, what was it, preemptive might be too slow. Not too slow, we don't have enough passive points. Actually, do we have... We don't need Stalwart, we should never get hit. At least not while we have full HP, because he has 25% damage anyways. So yeah, preemptive might be what we need here. Turn timer at battle start minus 50%. Alrighty, let's go ahead and briefly make sure the other guys are asleep. And then it's experimentation time, see if we can knock them out. The roulette is not permanent by default, he has a passive that does that. I think it said it on the roulette, yeah. Either way, the status effects are permanent, and if we get hit by permanent sleep, we will lose our smoke stacks or smoke screen stacks, and we will die eventually. Unless he happened to be already almost dead anyways, which is not that likely. Alright, we're gonna heal up, make sure that we have all the resources by stocking back up. I apparently had no more potions left. Definitely needed to stock up on those. Alrighty, now... Is that all we need? Wait, we need a shield. Because we're not gonna survive Starflare, I already forgot about that, so I guess we don't get preemptive. Maybe we have to rely on him using the spell for turn 1 in order to get Entrench going. Could also be that our passive is just good enough. Let's see whether... No, not here. Are we male or female right now? I can't tell. Females should give us more speed. Let's actually remove the levels in Hunter. And put them all back into Beatsmith so we have as much speed as possible, because speed is literally the only important stat for us right now. Hi, and we get 16 more speed out of this. Alrighty. So, it might be that we need to use the crap sword at the beginning to have 2 smoke screen stacks, because Gabriel could have, like, preemptive on its own. But we're gonna figure that out. Save. Now the big question is, what is the quickest way to get back to Gabriel? This is where Gabriel is, we need to either go in here. It's not really close to many places. I guess this one here would be okay. Actually, the shrine here is decently close, I guess. But we still need to go around. Which at this point, this one place here is not much slower. Use the beach town. The north fence is how you got it. Yeah, that looks like it's a bit closer than where we are here. But I'm also kind of hoping that we get it within a few attempts. I think in my casual play I knocked him out first try, maybe? No, it was second try. It was not that difficult with a full party of stuff I had at the time. Alrighty, welcome back. Okay, we do get our first turn, we can entrench, and it looks like we are just about fast enough. Mindless attack, brutal venom, we're fine on that end. We could speed up our turn, but I don't think we need to. Entrench. It is not immune to damage over time, so this is going to be as much damage as we get. Now we get to the Chaos Roulette part of the deal. Let's see. Alright, we do get immunity to the status effect, it looks like. So the status effect indeed is not a thing that ignores resistances. We're actually fast enough to get a double turn. That's surprising. I did not equip the shield. I'm so dirty. Apply a random debuff to you two. $1,386. Yeah, that would be a stretch to reach that amount of HP. I equipped the equip shield, but I didn't equip the shield. Derp. Not the first time I'm doing that. Where does one find the mirror shield? The mirror shield you can find in the cube. If you'd like to have more specific information, I can tell you. But this cube here is where you find the mirror shield. It's on the west of the Sarasara Desert Beach. You can also get there from jumping down from the Flyer's Lookout and just flying all the way over. Just straight west. That cube sucks. It forces you to probably change up your gameplay style quite a bit. I found it to be an interesting challenge. But because the enemies do obey the same rules that you have to obey to, it actually makes it quite interesting. Can't talk to the eyes in case you're curious. Alright, hi Gabriel. This time I'm not as much of a dummy. Chaos Roulette. Alright. Looks like they were immune to the status. Star Flare. 1350 damage to yourself. How convenient. If we need more speed, we could get a random buff to try and get the crazed buff. But it does look like we are easily fast enough. Gabriel's moveset looks to be entirely random, so as long as we don't get a roulette that instantly kills us, we might be fine. So we might need luck for that, or maybe you literally can't get randomly straight up doomed. I don't know that. It is also apparently a spell. Oh, while it is a spell... Yes, it is a spell. Chaos Roulette is a spell. Okay, we are permanently dazed, which means we're actually slower now. Interesting. So while the Chaos Roulette is a spell, it does not have MP cost, but it does mean... It does mean it could get silenced. We don't really have a good way to apply silence though. The only thing I can think of is that rod that applies the silence curse. That's about it. And I think regardless, it seems like we make good enough progress to try and knock out Gabriel here, that we should be able to defeat it before we get instantly killed. Regardless. Because the damage of Chaos Roulette is based on current HP, I don't actually have to worry about it killing me. Because as we have already tested and learned, damage that is based on current HP actually does not have a minimum damage of 1, it can deal 0 damage. So if we are at 1 HP, it won't deal any damage anymore. So this looks like Entrenched Chemist might do just fine here. Here's Roulette. We are slowed, so haste is kind of counteracting that a bit, and we can speed up our turns by using tinctures if we need to, if that becomes an issue. We do still have a long way of smokescreen stacks, however, so we're mostly fine, probably. 25% HP remaining. Less than 10,000. I wonder whether we have the slow debuff or the slow-ish debuff. Those are actually two different ones. It's slow, so basically literally the opposite of haste. But thanks to us investing everything into speed, I guess we're fine. Chaos Roulette. Now our attack power is down, but we're not really relying on attack power anyways, we are relying on damage over time. And I think we win. GG. You wonder how much of the damage is reflected flares and how much damage is your damage over time effect. I would say damage over time is like 60%, probably. Flares definitely dealt a number on him. And we get the Dark Seed. He left and came back to Nightmare Fuel. Gabriel has been thwarted. Don't worry, Gabriel is appeased now, or however that works. Nice. Alrighty. So you know what that means. We're gonna go ahead and plant a seed. Oh, apparently that is apparently that is bouncy mushrooms underwater there. But you don't get to bounce normally because, well, it's underwater. Hi. I would like to plant the dark seed in the bottom. So is the red stuff too? Oh, interesting. Alrighty, we watered the flower. We're going to heal up ourselves, and we're probably just going to go into whatever the next battle is with the entrenched chemist. You had the same reaction when you bounced. Nice. Yeah, basically when you warp, you get dismounted from your trusty steed, or whatever you might be while riding at the time. And I guess that counts for you also going to the floor. Let's grow the end of the world, indeed. What red stuff? The red stuff on the floor in the area. The corruption, basically. Alright, anything else we want to do? What am I forgetting? Is there anything we haven't done? I think there's some like early game bosses that I skipped and didn't go back to, but at this point we're just way stronger anyway, so I'm not sure how interesting that would be. The definitely used mushroom tails to reproduce the corrupted locks. I always knew that mushrooms were corrupted. I don't like the taste of mushrooms usually. Some of them are fine. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead, equip Stalwart, and smoke screen. What's the other things? Equip shield, smoke screen, blood spiller we can remove. And I want to have the auto revive. So what we're gonna do while we have time, we're gonna go through the new world, because at this point we might as well. We should probably be mostly fine just running through this area, but if I do get into an encounter, the mirror shield as well as auto revive and stalwart might just keep us alive here. We'll see. And by the way, if you have ever wondered what these gigantic columns... Actually, I may need to get the map first. if you have ever wondered what these gigantic columns are and what is on top of them in the underworld here, it turns out those are just pillars. Like, the idea is you're inside a gigantic underground cave and they are propping up the ceiling. So there is actually no top, it's literally, there's just ceiling above. There's no way to get there. Only just recently learned that. Alright. We don't need the flyer's lookout anymore. And we get the New World map. I don't know about you, but the New World having this kind of aesthetic, I'm not sure I would be too happy to live in this new world. Yeah, I have no idea whether we are going to be able to defeat the final boss, honestly, because it's... Well, some of the most difficult encounters were against enemies that... Well, against multi-enemy encounters, right? And these are 4 strong enemies. It's supposed to be like a party versus party battle, but we are 1 character. Oh, hi. You do not know how you deal with Banish? Me neither. You probably just outright kill the Banish person, honestly. That's my... There's a chest over there. Did I get that? Oops. Yeah, we might just have to outright kill the Banish person. Which is possible. But I don't know whether we can kill the entire opposing team. I forget about that chest. Lunar Mail. Receive 10% more healing, generate more threat. It's good armor, but I think compared to our class-specific armors, it's not quite as good. But yeah, these pillars here, these are literally going all the way to the ceiling. At least I think that's the intent. I've always wondered why, and I wonder what's up there. There's nothing up there, I don't think. Ashley will banish when her HP is under 8000, or if you kill a teammate. Right. That's in the hard or true ending encounter, in case anybody's confused about that. And I think it does even apply even if party members are dead on the ground. Like, they do count for... they are still present in combat. So you do not get the benefit of solo character type of deal. There's another chest on the right side there. By the way, there are enemies that do like an area of effect attack, which is why I have Stalwart and Revive. Kind of passives. I actually forgot that there even were chests in these other areas. Yeah, reality collapse. That's what I mean. Can it be 2 of them to reality collapse? I actually don't remember. Might as well heal up to full just in case. Mage's Pike. At the start of battle, get a buff for 6 turns for magic up power. Abilities cost 20 less percent casting time, maximum HP plus 20%, crit damage plus 30%. This is a pretty insane dagger. The only thing it does not give you is mind, which would be the magic casting stat. But it's like a fascinating hybrid weapon. Maybe for a warlock, you know. Because warlocks do, I think, have possible... Actually, I don't know about this game. Do warlocks have possible offensive stats? And I think that's Basically all the chests, probably. I say probably because I don't remember. If there's anything I'm missing that I should still do, like a challenge or so, let me know if you do remember. I believe it's always one for these reality collapse guys. Makes sense. I do distinctly remember that once we got the mirror shield trick on the casual playthrough, I just figured, oh, it's mostly fine now. But thankfully I had a Valkyrie with auto revive anyways and stalwart, so pretty much always survived everything anyways. Waiting for the seed to grow pretty much. It probably does not take as long as the other one, because this one is less optional, let's put it this way. Okay, I think it's grown. Yeah. Pluck. We have the particular ore. This thing basically doesn't do anything to you for the most part. I think it doesn't even take its turns. It just kind of waits until you defeat it. I don't have a damage thing equipped. But we'll get there. We've had longer encounters. You went into this scared and then laughed? Yeah, I was just kind of preparing my party for battle, whatever this thing might do, and then was like, oh. What do we get? We get the old world stone as well as the old world map. Welcome. Whatever this will be. Because I forget. The old world looks like the corruption everywhere. More mushrooms. In a scary fight. We are max level by the way, and that flame is red. Red means that it's kind of over your level. I'm curious, where in the world map is this? This is underground, actually right next to the new world, if you will. Periculum. I have no recollection of what this thing does. I did not even remember that there was something after Gabriel. Immune to instant kill, takes 95% less HP percent damage. And of course I didn't set my passers back. So, has division cut, 50% current HP. That's kind of okay, I guess. Multi-target. Applies a random damage per turn status effect, which with a ribbon we would be immune to. So these two abilities would be okay-ish, but it's a high damage potential, let's put it this way. It has Fire Blast, single target which would apply burn debuff, which can be reflected. Dark Overture, which has 50% damage variance and deals a ton of magic potential damage. This can one-shot us, and it's an area of effect, so... well... He also uses MP Sickle, which is single target magic, can be reflected. It has a Stone Stance, take 50% less physical damage, Miss Stance, always evade magic, and Hazard Stance. Counter any damage with Counter Kill. So either we would need immunity to instant kill, or there's a passive where you avoid counters to begin with. Overall, Dark Overture might be the most dangerous part of this fight. Kinda depends on whether it even uses Dark Overture to begin with, right? That's a lot of damage. Yep, it does use Dark Overture. We have full HP, so we will survive. With Stalwart. And because we can entrench Stalwart, we would be fine on that end, right? Yep, we would not have survived it without Stalwart. But now we can just heal back up with a Z potion. Should have entrenched first. P-Sickle gets reflected. And honestly, this encounter feels like it's gonna be pretty easy. I don't see much of a problem coming up here. With this setup here, we would be able to defeat this thing. He has 250 accuracy, too much to dodge tank. If only we could copy the enemy stance. We cannot, can we? We can only copy what we get hit by. Until Z potions run out. I mean, we have also regular potions, and we can improve our healing. But I think he's going to run out of magic well before that, honestly. The reason I'm not worried is because it's just gonna run out of magic. We can also get heal over time on ourselves, that we can continuously entrench as well. You forgot what this fight had because it was easy for your setup, you definitely one-shot it. I think that was the same for me as well. Alrighty, let's set up for this, shall we? I still want to set up for it because it's gonna be really slow. We absolutely kind of really want the mirror shield. Without the mirror shield we would be in quite some trouble, let's put it this way. Because that fire blast would just wreck us. Let's see. We could just rely on the regen crown to heal us over time. Because we don't really need the pointy hat in this scenario. Do we need the ribbon? We don't get hit by any status effects, do we? I don't think we need the ribbon in this scenario. Unless I'm missing something. Did we murder every optional boss in the regular scenario? In the regular world? I think there's some like early bosses that we skipped still left technically, but besides that, yes. And yeah, I think this and the final boss are basically the only interesting ones left at this point. There might be a poison talon? Let's see. We don't want auto revival, because if we need auto revival we're dead anyways. We actually want stalwart in this case. We could also just go regenerate the passive, then we could use a different helmet if desirable. I don't know what we want to use, to be honest, but it would be an option. So I think we don't need to regenerate the passive. What do we have for passives? We need Stalwart, we need Smoke, so we need Equip Shield. So we have 3 passive points to work with here. And we could just go Blood Spiller to try and speed up the battle. In conjunction with the Poison Talon, which inflicts poison. Blood Spiller inflicts blood, and Torch inflicts burn. Although he is going to inflict burn on himself too, so that might be less relevant. If you plan to attack, you might want unreachable. That's an unreactable. That's an interesting one, yeah. I do want to attack to inflict the debuffs. Yeah, for the hazard stance. It kind of depends, right? We want to attack in order to apply Venom and Blood Spiller. Also, technically, I think Pointy Hat is fine as long as we don't run out of healing. Honestly, I think I'm just not gonna attack during that time. It does say it reacts to any damage. So maybe that could be a concern. If it reacts to any damage with... like even damage over time it might react to with a counterattack. We'll see. We want the Reaver Rope literally just to guarantee hitting the physical attacks, because that's the passive. Never miss physical attacks. It's actually pretty insane. Alrighty, I think this is a fine setup. Let's do our usual and actually make sure that we can see the boss's HP. I did use like 1 healing potion. And I don't know how much MP that thing has, so I just want to have all the resources before we fight it. The damage over time shouldn't trigger it. Right. I just figured just in case. Alright, Periculum. For 720 mana, so that should be going down decently quick from Dark Overture, because it costs 30 MP. And he's also reflecting the mana scythe on himself, so it definitely the mana goes down sooner rather than later. Alright, let's go to the Old World Shrine. That's kind of funny. Hello? Wait, didn't it come closer last time? Oh, only tiny bit closer. Alrighty, we go Entrench, of course. And you're using Fire Blast. And thankfully we're faster than you, so... Okay, still solo challenge. Oh. Okay, Dark Overture coming up. Boom. We actually survived it just naturally. We do want to entrench every other turn. And Peace Cycle gets returned, and then we basically repeat the cycle with a different stance this time. I need to remember not to attack during the hazard stance. Alrighty, now we can no longer hit you with spells, but that's fine. Well, I guess it's maybe not that fine. Doing a little pain spreader, but, well... It looks like I'm faster. How much speed do we have? We have... 252 speed, 290. I guess it's because of the agility, that's why we're faster. Alright, I think we're probably good to go. Did not even use Dark Overture. So, don't attack now, because we will get counterattacked and killed. So we could use this time to give ourselves random buffs. For example, Regenerator would be nice. Refresher would be nice. Okay, you did not counter your own damage, that's good to know. Okay, I get revived once. So yeah, at this point, I think we have established on how to deal with this thing. 931 damage from damage over time effects. Pretty good. Misstance, spells are gonna miss, but my physical attacks are not spells. And yeah, me having haste in the boss does not makes all the difference. We have 10 more Z potions. I do need to recover my mana sooner rather than later. As it stands, I can no longer attack, the perfect time to recover my mana. Did I get just healed for an additional 6? I think the 10% applies here, doesn't it? Get 60 and another 6, yes, okay. That is from the passive I equipped for 1 MP air mana. It's actually way better than I expected it to be. Alright. I'm mainly just entrenching every other turn because I really want to keep up. I want to keep up with the boss's speed for now. It is well below half MP at this point, and then P-Sickle is going to reduce that even further. Well, it would actually. Fire Blast. So yeah, we're not gonna run out of resources before the boss runs out of MP to heal. The only danger is me just kind of derping and him using the hazard stance and I'm attacking him. Actually, I wonder. That is physical. I can attack with this. It wouldn't even matter. I could attack during this stance anyways. Only 45,000 HP, what a jump boss. That is not the counter. Look at it again. That is the counter. It is still physical in nature. Yeah, it also costs him 6 AP for that matter, which is interesting. Pretty much never relevant, because I don't think this boss uses much AP to attack with. 6 for division cut, that's about it, that's the only AP he ever uses. But here, counter kills should never hit me. Nice. Honestly, this is the beauty of this game, I feel, where because you effectively get full information on what abilities do, and you can actually properly plan around that. Like this, probably plenty of times where you just might forget something that works the way it does because, well, there's so many variables in this game. But for the most part, if you are just looking at the abilities and you know what to look for, you can almost 100% predict on how some things are going to interact with each other. It's definitely one of my favorite things about this game. Actually, you know what, I just realized I could technically even use Magic Break on him to survive the Overture every time as well. That would not be a bad idea either. Because that's kind of one of the things that I like to say about Final Fantasy V. Final Fantasy V becomes a lot more fun to play the more you know about it, in my personal opinion. I really like that game. But if there wasn't full information available to use and plan around, I would not find it to be nearly as interesting. Alright, you are at 0 MP, which means you're only ever going to do physical attacks from here on out. And we basically win. I don't even need to keep up the stuff anymore. It feels to me that Dev has a lot of experience in JRPGs and made sure to remove all the bad designs of JRPGs. I mean, I will say that hidden information is, in my opinion, not inherently a bad design. It's just I prefer knowing everything that you can reasonably ascertain. As long as the game is clear about certain things, like for example, in Secret of Mana. Actually no, let's take Final Fantasy V, that's much closer to this game. In Final Fantasy V, when an enemy is immune to a certain status effect, you miss your status effect. If the enemy just happens to resist the status effect, the status effect just misses. There's basically no information as to which one it is. And I think that's kind of a shame when You don't know whether you just got unlucky that the status effect happens to miss 10% of the time, or whether the boss is just immune to it, or he just has a high resistance to it. That's kind of, I think, at least Bravely Default 2 did really well, where it tells you, okay, it can have work, but it just missed, or the enemy is immune. But at least that much information I like to have. But it can also be basically like, you know, investment, trying to figure out how resistant the enemy is if you know it can work. If it doesn't hit after 20 times, chances are the resistance is really high, or you might be insanely unlucky. Either way, victory! We have defeated Periculum, and we have the proof of merit. Evidence of having conquered the most difficult challenge. Yep, that Ibex boss was definitely the most difficult challenge. Should have acquired that thing after the Ibex boss, honestly. Okay, and with this, I think just the final boss left. And aside from using the Warlock cheese, I honestly have no idea how to try and take that thing down. I mean, on the bright side, we kind of managed to just avoid the Warlock cheese in general, and just always find different strategies. To be fair, a lot of the strategies ended up becoming Alchemist or Chemist and Trench, which might also not be the most interesting. But it's kind of fun to just make it so that there's a guaranteed way to victory. I feel like my most favorite part about this solo journey so far was figuring out how to defeat the summon bosses as a main summoner and secondary something else. Because that was quite a challenge in a number of aspects. The best part was the permanent magic defense, preventing it from giving a permanent magic offense. Yep. That's basically a beautiful example of AI manipulation. Alright, let us move to the new world. I should not have saved over the other save file, now I have to walk back over there. And if you have any suggestions on how to take down the enemies and bosses, happy to listen. But well, let's see what they can even do, and maybe we can formulate a more interesting strategy. I don't even know / think that the Warlock cheese is necessarily even going to work, because we're depleting our entire MP stack. And what do we do afterwards? Well, we'll see. Win without losing. I mean, I will lose at least once or twice. That's the nature of the beast. Alrighty. Change class. Actually, let's just go into this with this class set up right here, right? Brought us this far. I highly doubt it's gonna bring us much further. But who knows? Always technically possible. Consumables, milk. Without abusing Warlock, you don't even know. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know whether it's gonna work with abusing Warlock. Alrighty, hi. Don't mind me just climbing your... Oh, there's a ceiling. Oh. Do we reveal the proof of merit? This is basically the difference between the final boss and the true final boss. You still face the same 4 enemies, but in the true final boss encounter they are let's say beefed up a little bit. How much? I don't really know. Huh. 1 against 4. Not even fair. We have 2 bosses left, but we can only do 1. If we defeat these ones, we can defeat the other ones. I think that's the short version here. I assume you're talking about the regular final boss. It's basically, from what I remember, the same encounter. Alrighty, let's see. Astley does pretty much exclusively physical attacks. Banish costs 500 MP. Can you run Astley out of MP? Swallowtail, checkmate, 10% chance to do 500% damage. Basically, 5 times damage, just at random. He has a passive to reduce MP cost to 0. Ah, yes. Immune to instant kill, immune to sleep, immune to paralyze, immune to stop. Abilities cost 100% less MP. Okay. Oh, I see. Wait. The banish is to prevent you from using banish against Astley, although I think you never can use it against Astley because the only way to mimic it would be to get hit by it. Even though the moves are hidden, all the party members follow predictable AI. For instance, Raid will open with cover and use it off cooldown. Yes, indeed. So yeah, Astley just attacks with physical attacks that deal decent damage. Raid does attack, bruise or crush, and defender stance. Defender stance means he just deals less damage, which is actually beneficial to us. He also takes less damage. Bruiser crush is decently strong, to say the least. Talon uses Shadow Cut. Target cannot counter, which is kind of potentially important for us. And always misses if you're not the target's bottom threat, so he should not be able to use Shadow Cut against us. Because we're always the top threat, right? And Rupture, which this would deal both a ton of damage and the bleed for 9 turns could be rather devastating if it hits us. Uchisemi, hitting this guy with physical attacks might be difficult if we didn't have the Weaver armor. And Chloe, I think she, generally speaking, is just doing the quick shot and then protect or take aim. Basically additional physical damage and a bit of healing. I think she follows, generally speaking, the healing idea. And yeah. Let's see. Take aim. Not even quick shot. Nighthawk. Utsuzemi. Cover. Can't escape. Cannot entrench anymore this turn. So one thing I will say is they take 94% less HP percent damage. Whenever you fought against like humanoids or like a human party before, they always take a ton of HP percent damage, but this is not the case here. Who do we want to get rid of first? Probably Chloe. Cast Shell seconds, no Fang. Shadow Cut. Shadow Cut should not be able to hit me, dude. I guess he has not actually aggroed me whatsoever. Oh, it's about their aggro. There? Yes. Never thought about it that way around. Defender stance, second for him. A regular attack second from him. Checkmate. That checkmate did not do the 500% by the way. Ooh. Reaper counter could be really interesting here actually, because they don't really do any offensive spells. Talon uses attacks that cannot be countered. The obvious problem right now would be, of course, Astley being immune to doing the banishing at lowish HP. Can we actually identify them in the library, by the way? I hope we can. Otherwise it's gonna get real awkward. I don't think we can, guys. They're not in the books, are they? Come on. In this case, we might as well just go ahead and make sure that our allies are knocked out still. They have about 15,000 HP. Let's actually go ahead and template up our Warlock setup here. And here's a question. Kitsune Mask gives us 20% more maximum MP. Stone of Jordan gives us 10% more maximum MP. But, is that actually better, the 10% maximum MP, than using the red hairpin, which means abilities cost 1 less MP, meaning we save 2 MP per spell cycle? I guess it kinda depends on how much our spell cycle costs, right? Don Manure, thank you for the raid and the host. I hope you're doing well. And I hope you have a good time. Alrighty, let's see. Double cast. Then we first of all magic up ourselves. Double cast. Resist done. Double cast. And then we blaze. Kind of the maximum amount of damage. So double cast costs 8, blaze costs 5. Together that is 13 MP. We could reduce it to 11. So 11 MP per cycle instead of 13 MP per cycle. How many cycles is that? That's 7 cycles to get 1 additional spell cast out of it. Well, I'm mostly just here to knock out the enemies, honestly. Just so we can see their HP after we are done. I don't expect this to be just the solution, because I remember Talon and Raid actually almost killing my entire party in my casual playthrough just by themselves. When we already took out Chloe and Ashley. We're not even halfway there. We may need a turn to inflict... Actually, Raid is always going to use the cover on Astley. We're halfway through our MP. We should be able to get down Astley. That way we will be able to see Astley's HP. And the next encounter, that is. That's kind of going to be my plan here. Just knock out all of them once, so we can see their HP. And yes, the Warlock armor allows us to double cast in double cast, which is not normally something you can do. Why don't you just scan? Because scan only lasts for this battle. If we want to see their HP in the upcoming counters, we have to knock them out at least once. If we were to go Summoner into Warlock and cast a summon spell that reduces their or increases their vulnerability to fire, we may be able to knock out 2 of them. Although I kind of doubt that. Alright, Ashley down. I'm pretty sure we can't knock out any more of them. Oh, I did double cast. Wait, you defend the stance first. Oh, and you missed. Hang on, what's you guys' attack accuracy? 160, 200. I was thinking maybe we can dodge tank them, but no. Yeah, not even dodge tank here. What's my secondary job currently? This guy. Trying to cast Spotlight on enemies. Alright, that's one down. Let's do this 2 more times. Alright, we're gonna actually cast Spotlight on you first. And basically this is just for research purposes, so them hitting the others basically is rather secondary, let's put it this way. I'm gonna go magic up, double cast, resist down, double cast, and blaze. Secondary Reaper for MP still, with a scythe. We could just equip the Soul Sword, theoretically, and do a regular physical attack, or even a physical attack via counter in order to gain MP back, right? So basically, my current idea is maybe if we use the Soul Sword and somehow survive sufficiently long, we might be able to do that. We can also heal ourselves back up to full HP, and via maybe Entrench, get multiple Stalwart stacks. Then maybe survive that way. I said Scythe is because you'd have a lot of resistance pairs. True. Technically, with initial magic plus magic respec, some other damage boosts, we can do some weird stuff. Potentially, yes. The thing about respec for magic is always that we would potentially have a lot less speed afterwards. Right now, Moth has 224 speeds, Chloe has 300, Talon has 220, Raid has 190, and Ashley has 260, so we are just barely faster than 2 of them. if we have 100 MP left over at the end, theoretically, we would be able to do this while having the Soul Reaver equipped. That's actually not true. Our weapon is probably pretty important to deal enough damage here, huh? Yeah, we're unlikely to get more than that. Alrighty. Banished. Yep, as soon as one of their allies dies as well, Astley is just gonna cast Banish, even if it's the only character still alive. And we would be dead. Like that dead. Let's see, what's our current weapon? Oh yeah, we have to book for a ton more MP. Yeah, that's a lot less MP if we go for anything else. I was mainly thinking... Oh, you can't equip swords by default, can you? We have MP boost, preemptive, stalwart, and equip book. Banish is the only reason the fight is hard? Yeah, you have to work around it. But realistically, if you have made it this far, you kinda proved already that you are almost, most certainly quite capable in a lot of ways, so... Yeah. Also, by the way, we would not survive one turn of setup here. I'd like to point that out, because both Checkmate and the Quick Shot would both hit us in... well, when the other characters would not be there. So we would not survive a setup turn. And we pretty much always have to kill Astley first. I do not think there's much of a way around that. So, what was it? Below 8000 HP remaining, Astley will also cast Banish, even if her allies are still alive too. By the way, in case you're still around, CRG Mist, did you manage to... I think you said you beat the entire thing as a solo character, right? It's pretty crazy. That was also quite a while ago. This fight is beatable with at least 2 strategies. Well, that's a fair answer. I'm currently thinking of counterattack with the MP Steel Sword to basically be able to double cast the enemies to death. But it kind of requires us to survive some physical attacks, which if we take like some different accessories, for example initial protect, that would be quite fine. At least 2, never know when more ways will be found, indeed. Okay, talent should be done here in a second. I do wonder how high an assassin burst setup could get in the end. Alright, last one. This one might be tricky because we might not have enough damage with this setup here. Are there any consistent ways to blind? The only consistent way to blind would be through a counterattack when you get knocked into critical HP. Other than that, the only ways to blind are 1. Summon, which is 1 turn unless you have the pointy hat equipped, and it's 2 turns of blind on the enemies. And you can only summon each summon once per combat. As well as, if you have a party of characters, you can blind as long as you are not a top threat with a rogue. Which is kind of a... well, not a thing with a solo character, but in a party play, that's kind of what I often did. I just juggled like the lowest aggro on my characters to consistently blind bosses that were pretty heavy on the physical attacks, or even the regular enemies for that matter. You might be able to do that solo, since Rogue has abilities that generate no threat. I think somebody else has to be higher in threat than you. Even if you have 0 threat, if nobody else has more than 0, I don't think you can use these Rogue abilities. It's gonna get sketchy. I might just briefly use the others, just to bring this guy into low HP so we can see the HP. I don't think we have enough damage here. We'll see. Eye Gouge generates threat. It does. I mean, in a sense, they don't have the most amount of HP, so an assassin build could be interesting too, potentially. Assassin that... most of the damage is physically based, right? So if we have enough MP, an assassin with initially going for the no cooldown thing, then entrench every turn, could in theory work with like a soul sword. That's kind of... I'm gonna probably try that first. Ninja Assassin? No, not Ninja Assassin. You go Assassin Aegis for the entrenched secondary. Assassin has an ability that costs quite a few AP, I forget how many, to reduce cooldowns to literally nothing. The main downside would always be that so far that you kind of need a way to reclaim your MP. Oh, barely managed to knock him out. But yeah. It's 20. Let's see. Alright, we have their stats now, so I'm happy with this. I need to go ahead and knock out the other guys again, and then I think we get to work. Templates. Do I have a assassin setup anywhere? Actually, it would be a new setup anyways. Does Assassin passive work for killing these guys? It should, yes. It works for anything that you can just straight up kill, right? Alrighty, secondary, I would go Aegis. Or Chivalry, I guess it's called. Don't know. Without preemptive, we're actually slower than them. Alright, we'll figure out the stuff here. So, let's see. In order to be able to use... Oh, this is not gonna work actually. Avid Assault costs 12 AP, but you have to use an axe or a dagger. I mean, it technically works if I can somehow else recover MP. If you just made your rogue assassin into an assassin rogue, you bet you could have one-shot Astley. Oh, definitely. 20 is the frenzy one. Yeah. We would need to start with 12 AP, probably. Because we need to use this first turn. But we get hit by 2 attacks anyways. I don't think this is gonna work, because we would need to use this once. And then somehow not get hit in between. And then do this, which I don't think is possible. If they did not attack frequently enough, let's see. Utsuzemi has 4 turns cooldown. We could reapply stuff, right? Seals actually don't deal much damage at all. We can put all of them to sleep except Astley, I think. Or whatever that's worth. Like, surviving the damage is one part. We can arguably do this with a Reaper setup. Problem is then knocking out Astley, right? Because none of the damage is particularly overwhelming. I don't think we need the mirror shield for this encounter, do we? We may need to construct a mirror though. Because we might get bled by Talon. Hello! Welcome back. If only Banish was reflectable. Yeah, it's an ability, so it doesn't work. Dueling shield, maybe. So we have counter, dueling shield. Let's see, if we remove Venom Coat and inflict Safeguard, we can check whether we even survive in any reasonable capacity, right? And use the Lifeline. With Slime Vest. We would not need the Hemo ring then, would we? So we could equip a ribbon instead. To be immune to talent stuff. So I guess this is really if talent stuff is even the scariest part about things. We'll see. First of all, let's make sure our allies are asleep. Oh. Great. You guys are not gonna go to sleep if they just use Mana Rupture instead. Bleed is the only debuff. 9 turns of bleed from Talon, which is also a heavy physical attack. Which might not be worth it. It's Rupture. I don't hit that one. Stop! You guys need to knock out the others. Come on! The other idea is our old counter stance concept, right? It's just... like Nomad plus something. With lifesteal, Shaman Nomad. Ton of spell lifesteal to keep alive that way. Could be interesting. But yeah, honestly, I think the biggest concern is still just Astley doing the banish below 8000 HP remaining. But let's try to get to that point first before we start worrying about it. Maybe there's other, like, things about this. If Meteor did more damage, that could certainly be interesting. Oh, 64% chance to hit on you. That's actually not that great. $105, which would be 250 damage. Actually convenient that he jumps in front of it. Actually not that convenient. Copies all statuses from the target user, but only allies. We aren't using dual counter stats? I forgot to change shield. That's actually an interesting point. But it does show that we don't need dual counter in order to survive, right? Plus, technically we can use any weapon. So that could be interesting potentially. In fact, all things considered, currently there's no reason why I couldn't just be main Reaper. Well, that's not true. Slime coat. Can't equip the slime coat with being main Reaper. But if we were main Reaper with equip all, then we could use a slime coat, right? And then we could have any sub-command we want. What would be an interesting sub-command? What could be potentially useful? Yeah, I mean, Scythe would be useful to use the other Reaper abilities here. If we were main Reaper and we would if we would survive as a main Reaper, if that is a thing, we could use Moonslash to get our MP back and use Magics as secondary. And there's the Rupture. That's kind of why I wanted to have a ribbon. Could have Valkyrie secondary for immunity to Rupture as well. Right now we just take neutral damage or no damage from Rupture because of the permanent health regeneration too. Side gives you a few options, burn on counter as an example. True. There's also a scythe that just cleaves, so we would hit all 4 enemies at the same time. Oh, there's a checkmate. 875 crit. That can always happen too. 10% of the time whenever Astley uses checkmate, it's 500% damage. You should be getting kickbacks from these companies, cause your buddy and you keep playing the stuff you play. Wouldn't that be the dream? But hey, it's nice to hear that. Well, it seems like you enjoy playing, but I happen to be playing around. A cleave is what you used in your party build. I guess the catch is, if I go cleave, you know, we don't really need the Hemo ring. Hang on. What if we go even more aggressive with Bone Trophy? But we can't use the other stuff then. Maybe just straight up more defense. There are... let me actually set up this as a template real quick, because I just had an idea. Maybe... Reap. Lem. I will not be able to read that later. Either way, what I actually was just thinking, what if a main mimic... Actually, no. I am main shaman for the spell lifesteal. Secondary, we go... with waterbending. Passive, I would go with equip everything. or all it's called. Then we go with a slime coat. Maybe these for reduced physical damage taken. Deal 20% more water damage. Actually, we would need ice damage, wouldn't we? For counterattacks. Wait, no. No, we don't go waterbending secondary. We go black magic secondary. Counterattack with storm stance. It's lightning based. So we go with the Stone of Jordan, 10% more thunder damage. Do we need the Region Crown? Hopefully not. Could get more spell lifesteal, although I kind of feel like I won't need the spell lifesteal. What magic things are there? Mind plus 20%. Plus maximum HP, but... Well, I guess... Yeah, no, less maximum HP is an issue. Because we actually don't gain more maximum HP out of this. Sentinel might be useful. Never miss an attack. More thunder damage too. Sentinel wand. Sentinel rod. I guess it's just straight up thunder damage. But we're not counter-attacking. Well, I guess we could. With a dueling shield we could counter-attack. Maybe. Who knows? I'm not sure how good Slime Coat will be. Maybe I will just need to build for more maximum HP and just rely on spell steal. Oh, you guys are still alive again. That's so inconvenient. Every time I'm testing stuff, it's just like, oh, I have a setup now. Oh, I need to knock you guys out again. Whirls. Zap. Oh, right. Oh, shoot. That's not magic damage. It's still considered like physical, basically. So, I'm not getting spell lifesteal from that. One of them does give plus 10 thunder damage, but it does recall well. Yeah, I thought... Huh. I think we're better off just going for spells. Spell things anyways. Can also go Blood Shield technically, but we don't have a counter attack then. Let's just go with the highest physical defense. Something that increases our magic damage by the most. Mine plus 35% is probably a lot. Burgess has spell life still. Right, that's why we originally used it. Alright. Let's see. Save again. So, the problem is probably going to be that we don't get a turn early enough. 3. Storm stance. So, with Storm stance we will counter any attack that comes our way. Thanks to Shaman we have a passive lifesteal. And... can even power down some enemies. Epidemic. All of them poisoned. Oh, you do actually still absorb that. So basically we heal back to full every turn it looks like. Except against Talon, because of course you cannot counterattack that guy. So, but the problem is still going to be there, where we run into the issue. Where checkmate will just kill us if it procs. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently I was disconnected from chat, so if I missed anything, please feel free to repeat it. You could also look for maybe putting some black magic things on. Just ignore resistances. If we didn't go slime coat, I guess as long as we survive the attack, we would be okay. But against Talon, we need to survive kinda 2 attacks. Balance 1 plus 80 mind might be more than the 35% mind bonus. I think it's a 200 staff though. I might be mistaken. By the way, I don't think equip all of the slime coat is necessarily the solution. We do only heal for 283. But if we had like a shaman armor, we would have more spell lifesteal out of that as well. $138 would definitely kill us with successful hit there. $337 from a rupture. That of course is an issue, but with a shaman we do actually have kind of sort of ways around that. Thinking about it, we can reduce their attack power via spells. The code is doing a lot of work here, yes. Undeniably. But not having any passives might hurt us more in the long run. Let's see, balance. Yeah, it's a 200 staff, so we wouldn't get a shield. Which may or may not matter, I don't know. And since we can't counterattack Talon, a counterattack with a King's Guard would not really do the trick either. The Judgment one, I think it's Judgment Staff? It's 200 staff, yes. So also no shield, which again might not necessarily be Death sentence. I actually kind of like the idea of having Murglist, more spell lifesteal. We could counterattack via a dueling shield, which would make certain other weapons maybe a little bit more interesting. Soulkeeper would just keep our MP really high. One thing I keep thinking about, if we didn't have to do equip all, what we could do is we could go for whatever the thing is called while we are casting. Focus shield. Take 50% less damage while charging an ability's casting time. The sword is one-handed to steal MP. But MP is not really our issue right now, is what I'm trying to say. Like, basically what I'm saying is Slime Coat doesn't really do anything for us. The only thing it does is it kind of ensures that we get more maximum MP out of the deal, maximum HP out of the deal. Because we still deal the same counter damage and MP absorb, but overall we actually lose defensive stats, relatively speaking. I'm actually more in favor of a Shaman Robe, which is more spell lifesteal. We have 25% plus 20% plus 25% Shaman passes, so 70% Murglist is another 15%. So it's 90% spell lifesteal right now, if that's how it works. Hunter's Ring is good for keeping us alive, I suppose. I mean, if we go to straight up more maximum HP, like respec and such, if we rely mostly on counter damage, then it would be okay in that end, right? Then again, well, we have almost maximum HP to begin with, thanks to having all levels invested into Beatsmith. You're absorbing less HP via lifesteal relatively? Yes. That is accurate, but we were getting back to full anyways. And basically we're losing on the defenses because aside from the 75% less damage, we actually don't have any like straight up defense stats on the coat. Yeah, I understand what you mean, but we don't get the defense and resistance from the coat here is what I was saying. Because the coat has literally 0 defenses. Could maybe go for like a heavy armor, or more physical defense, like a warrior mail. Warlock mail actually would be kind of potentially really interesting, because if we have main or secondary Warlock, we already have a bunch of spell lifesteal here, right? So what about... That's so little maximum MP. What about something like this instead? 40 maximum MP. That's not worth it. Soulkeeper keeps our MP down too much. But it's supposed to be the thing that keeps our MP up to begin with. Okay, I don't think this would be... At least not in this combination. It would not be successful, I don't think. The Weaver passive is first action. Oh yeah, it is. Unfortunately, it's not the first everything, it's literally just the first one thing you do. Oh, I have the Warlock armor still equipped. Which doesn't really do much. Passive regeneration. This would technically be a way to get an assassin the smokescreen stack back. For infinite entrench. Checkmate would do 2000 damage to us. It's not the turn 1 attack evade, it might not work with Entrench. It almost certainly does. To be fair, I've never tried it. Puzzles. Puzzles we at least know there's a solution to. But there's so many possibilities. Here. When we get critically damaged, we get disappear. Always await one physical attack. Then we could in theory entrench that one, assuming we have the buff already from the other thing. Using Kingsguard to reduce enemy attacks via counters. Well, yeah, that was the idea, but I don't feel like that's all that relevant. Let's just see whether this works before I do anything more silly. Plus, oh yeah, I remember. I need an axe. A dagger. An axe or a dagger in order to make this work to begin with. Might not be the best for this setup. Because it's kind of really limited. It is an assassin, so insane damage output would be potentially part of the deal. If we had the appropriate passives. And of course my allies are alive again, but let's just see. Wrong character. Wrong character. So let's just assume I somehow managed to stay alive. Do we need equip all in this scenario? Probably not. So I would still need Avid Assault. Couldn't use a shield then, but literally just equip shield will do that for us. Plus 6 AP at battle start, so we can use Avid Assault turn 1. Smoke screen. 1 revive from 1. Perfect vision, so we don't have to worry about stuff too much. And critical turn. Can we respec or do we need all the speed? We can respec. I don't... So here's the thing. We're only barely just keeping up with their speed, with having literally everything invested into speed. But... yeah. And hello, Bramble Blaster. Welcome. Am I going to upload my Monster Sanctuary playthrough to YouTube? I could. Should I? I honestly haven't really thought much about loading stuff over to YouTube recently. Probably should. What classes do we have levels of at the moment? Just Beatsmith. Pure speed and HP, basically. We also currently have a female character to... get even more speed, actually. $210. Okay. If we were to counterattack with a lifesteal shield, we would actually survive that. Have a lifesteal weapon to begin with in general. There's no lifesteal weapons in daggers and axes, is there? Poniard. We actually don't take enough damage in this scenario here. Curiously enough. Pursuit for more speed. I did not reload the... I need to remember to reload the game here, so the others are still knocked out. You just bought the game and couldn't watch all of your streams? I see, yeah, it's definitely more convenient on YouTube. Twitch doesn't have a easy way to... Well, actually that's not true. They do have an easy way to browse highlights, but I would need to highlight it to begin with. I guess it's just more like... What's the word? Polished it feels like on YouTube rather than anything else. Like the quality of viewing experience is just way easier over there. So I see what you mean. Where was I? My first fragment. My brain still tells me, Axes, you don't want to use Axes. You know, those Axes, they all have significantly less chance to hit. That's not in this game, well. The fursuit actually takes precedence over the tuxedo. We actually use that kind of combination, curiously enough. Alright, Avid Assault to have no cooldowns. We have Disappear now, and we can entrench every single turn. Oh. Okay, I see a problem here. Because Disappear also ticks down on turns, unlike Smokescreen. Yeah. What if we could make it so only one of them gets an attack in on us? Could we somehow do that? I'm trying to think right now. If we equip a shield, and that shield is specific to Tower Shield, theoretically, we would take very little physical damage, right? Nomad West has plus 30 AP at battle start. Would mean we would not need adrenaline. Auto speed could help us here. I forgot. I'm just curious about the turn timers here. Technically can download the VOD. Wait, is that's against Twitch's TOS? Really? I actually had no idea about that. Alright, if anybody wants to download my VODs and just watch them offline via VOC, you have my permission to do so, because I don't see why that would not be allowed. I don't know whether I have that power to make it allowed. It might just be a Twitch thing, just for reference, so take that with a grain of salt. Highest chance to hit. Do I actually need to hit in order to apply that? Ah, there goes my shield. There goes my shield. That's right, I would not have enough time for that. What if I had an even more preemptive? Because I don't technically need the undead ring. Dancing shoes. For haste, instead of auto speed, we got preemptive. What if I'm fast enough to get 2 turns in before they get 1? Avid Assault, reduce cooldowns to nothing, and I can entrench. We would have taken 2 hits there, we would be at 1 smoke screen stack. Of course, we are going to run out of magic here, sooner rather than later, after specifically 14 entrenches. But theoretically, this could allow us to survive for quite a substantial number of turns. Because they currently use up our smokescreen stacks, right? But we'll after this have still a lot of stacks for the shields as well. And there goes smoke screens. So basically we're actually losing the turn timer war. But let's say if we were to counterattack here at this point, we could start dealing damage to them. Can we fit counter into this to get MP? I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it that way. But the problem is, in order to use Avid Assault, we need an axe or a dagger. The soul or the mana stealing sword is a sword. Can't be ninja to use that. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, we also take no damage over time, even if our defenses are insane. We need a triple chop? Yeah. His would be easy with triple jobs, probably. Yeah. If you were to do that, Glossu, we could just make an entire challenge video. I could do some voiceover stuff too. I think... who was it? I guess the difficulty would be creating a script for that. So that slime suit and some sort of counter build doesn't work. I mean... in this case, no, because I wouldn't start with enough AP to use Avid Assault turn 1, right? We'll eventually have to solve Banish. Yeah, indeed. I mean, I guess just for survivability purposes, Reaper was mostly fine until Checkmate hit. It's actually an interesting point, right? Reaper was fine Reaper worked until does checkmate count as a crit? Checkmate can crit separately, so no. It's a 10% chance to do the 500% damage. But yeah, that's kind of the biggest issue, right? That's why we strayed away from Reaper, because Banish would eventually kill us. Maybe we should just stick to Reaper for now and see when Banish actually happens. Thank you, Big Bird. Remember to reload. Reaper worked until Banish. It's apparently a saved after they were alive again. Didn't I make a new save file? Alright, this is fine. Template, maybe Reaper Slime. So this kind of mostly worked, right? Are there any abilities they throw at us that we could use against them? Kind of? Yeah, this is a solo cactus thing. Just in case anybody's curious, by the way. This is on hard mode. We've been basically able to do everything so far on hard mode. I don't actually even really know what the difficulties changed. I think HP at the very least. Maybe Lifeline does not deal enough damage. I do think dueling shield just makes more sense, right? So we can double counter. Safeguard. Do we want pocket sand? I don't think pocket sand is that interesting. Maybe Stalwart can help us. Actually, wasn't there... Hang on, what's the thing? Inner warmth would technically count for the healing, I guess. Let's just see how far we get with this setup. Wait, what's my... Oh yeah, slime coat. We need Regen Crown. Could we go something else? What would be useful if we could go something else? A pointy hat for 2 turns of enemies bleeding? Because we currently have Blood Spiller. Actually, maybe... could go with the Plague Doctor hat. Where is it? Plague Mask. Inflict poison as well. Stalwart will almost never trigger. Right, it would just trigger on checkmate. Well, actually no, because we would likely be not enough HP. Speaking of not enough HP, we have apparently 65 at the beginning of battle. Why do we have so little HP at the beginning of battle? Oh, Slime Coat comes after everything else, that's why. Could you not crit, please? Actually, never mind, it always crits, actually. That's kind of the point of the aimed shot. I think it always crits. I have already highlighted all the previous solo challenges, Glossu, so this should be preserved. I've made that mistake in the past, where I played through a game and wanted to highlight the thing, and the first 2 episodes are missing because as a partner, I have 3 months of time until I need to highlight things, and there's so much to do that I tend to forget. So I guess I'm just too slow. Huh. That's actually kind of funny. We have 56 HP beginning the battle. Hey, you know what? Hang on, this is where Stalwart comes in. Right? Because we survived now thanks to Stalwart. We heal up all the way. We counter twice. We trigger Safeguard because we were in critical HP. You know, I actually see a potential road to success with this. I just realized, if Astley uses Checkmate on us, and we effectively copy Checkmate back onto Astley, we could get a 10% chance to get the 500% damage and kill Astley before she can do the thing, right? It's basically counter on the Checkmate, and then do the thing. The problem, of course, right now is that Chloe is going to die way quicker than the others. Unless she heals. Yeah, like a Checkmate. Oh, Chloe gets first, unless... You gonna heal? Ah, shame. Did the regular attack. Kind of funny how we just talked how Stalwart never comes into play, because it shouldn't, not under these circumstances, right? But right here, it kinda does. First question, do you mind cutting / relocating timer and the whole thing below turn? Order in for some of overlay. I need to think about this. Hang on. Actually, we take a ton of damage over time effect damage now, right? Theoretically. Because our maximum HP is gigantic. Chloe, I hope you start healing yourself here. Why can I not copy? What was I hit by? I did not pay attention. Oh, there we go. But it kinda works. It's actually not even that slow. All things below turn order. It works until banish. Yes, it does. As I said, maybe if we checkmate Astley as a counter, it could theoretically work out, right? Is this the setup? We could use anything else aside from a Plague Mask too, by the way. Maybe something that gives us more crit damage. Because we would need crit damage bonus anyways. The big question is whether we need a dueling shield, because theoretically counterattacking more is less desirable, but not really. So Gloss, where would you want to put the timer? Keep in mind, it's kinda difficult to relocate the timer for the VODs now, because those are already in the past at this point. That must be 3,500 damage. If we had initial oomph, and we could respec just purely for damage. We would just do fights without much of the walking around, or do we want to any exploration include in that video? I think... So I'm not sure whether... That might just kind of be more involved than you had initially intended or envisioned. I was kind of thinking maybe like a presentation of the challenge to like people who might not even have seen the game before. So it could just kind of be entertaining that way, but that might just be way more involved than, well, what you had in mind initially. Checkmate. There goes an attack. Now here's the part where I might need to observe, or basically delay and have different turn timers, so I get in just after Astley before Chloe to be able to checkmate Astley. So maybe we want to optimize for damage here. The biggest issue I see actually in the end is if Chloe doesn't start healing, if she's low on HP or Cactus is low on HP, because we would need to kill Talon somehow, and we cannot counterattack Talon, especially if he keeps using Utsuzemi. Like, that's the kind of one of the biggest issues I see coming up. We do have Guillotine, which would be a decently sized crit, but not nearly enough to wipe out Astley from below 8000 HP remaining. Like, optimally, what happens is Astley hits us with checkmate, we counterattack twice, hit Astley for a decent chunk of damage just below 8000 HP remaining, then we counter copy checkmate and just straight up wipe out Astley at that point. Yeah, we kind of need that Reaper passive. Currently at least. Is there an accessory that prevents the banish? Not to my knowledge. The banish just circumvents everything. If we could get away without the Reaper subclass, you could use initial oomph and entrench until it's time to checkmate. There is no critical power in this for physical, is there? There was something that gave you like 6 turns of attack power up. I forget what it was though. I mean, of course it would be very luck-based, but it would at least make it somewhat possible. Like right here, we bring Astley... Oh! We almost brought Astley below the threshold, right? And optimally, we would want to have just Astley attack here. Oh, we need a dagger for rupture. Yep. Okay, as soon as it's below 8000, banish happens. So I kind of need to be either slightly slower or something. We don't need any maximum HP, right? We can just go and respec for straight up damage. I'm really curious what other strategies CRG Mist came up with, because I feel like this is probably one of them. But that doesn't mean there's at least something else that I'm not considering. Alright, let's go ahead and respec. We need to beat that boss to deal 8000 damage to avoid banish. Yes, pretty much. They don't revive each other, which is the one saving grace we have. So the problem is going to be, if we remove Beatsmith, we're not gonna have much speed, but it shouldn't matter, right? So what is the best for raw damage? We would just need strength, right? Because we're doing regular attacks and checkmate. Actually, checkmate is based on agility. If checkmate is based on agility, I guess we should put all our levels into either Fencer... Oh no. Oh, that's a Shaman. Fencer, which has 2 strength, or Hunter, which has also 2 strength. Yeah, Beatsmith has good strength, but I'm just thinking of trying to use checkmate instead. And yeah, there is no way to be resistant to being sent to the Shadow Realm, to our knowledge at least. Like, there could be some hidden thing. Okay, that would be less agility. Less speed too, so no. So everything is now in Hunter. Can we do something else? This is as much damage as it really gets here. Like the helmet? Maybe there could be a better helmet or something. The Captain's hat probably better, actually. What can we do for passives? Like Bloodspiller would add a little bit of additional damage on top of everything. But I don't actually remember how much it is. We need Stalwarts to survive the initial turn. I guess technically we don't need perfect vision in a certain sense, because Astley has too much evasion, so as we are under 80% chance to hit anyways. Can we get rid of Safeguard? Yes. Safeguard, Perfect Vision, Bloodspiller we can technically all get rid of. Although I like Perfect Vision for now at least. I don't think duel rally persists if we're just doing nothing, right? Does duel rally trigger encounter? I'm pretty sure it does. We can check. I mean, same with Eagle Eye, right? Both of them should trigger on counter. We're gonna test it real quick. Because it's probably just not worth it. Well, it's definitely not worth it if it does trigger on counter. But if we could guarantee the attack critting... Because we never have to attack ourselves, right? Yeah, there it is. Just use the thing up. Our crit chance isn't terrible to begin with, so... Alright, so that's not the passive to go with. One turn. Oddly enough, we don't really need anything, do we? Aside from Stalwart. The strangest thing. Technically, we could go Smokescreen instead of Stalwart, but that would be silly. They don't counter anyways. So really Blood Spiller and Venom Coat are kind of feeling like the most relevant ones here. Yeah. So let's see how the turns actually work out. So our goal is to go after Astley, or right after Astley, in how many turns? So Astley now has, or will get, protection from raid. For 3 turns? That would be about 4,000 damage right there. Some change. Yeah, between the 1 turn gap cover, exactly. Well, I feel like Talon is going to be the biggest problem in the end, but we'll need to get there first. So let's see. Astley has, after 2 turns of Astley going, the counter is gone. So, Astley 1 reduces to turn 1, Astley 2 reduces to turn 2. Oh, no, actually after Astley here we would like to go, which would mean we would like to delay our turn to 107. Or by 15, 16... I'm not good at math right now, 21. We would need to delay our turn by 21. Well, curiously enough, technically, our turn being delayed by 1 actually would do the trick. You know why? Because then we can observe Astley and go right after Astley. But this kind of requires Astley to, in that turn, use Checkmate too, in that very specific window, right? I should probably start writing down Astley's turns, because I think it's a set pattern. Also cost protection Astley. It actually does go for checkmate. The problem is here that she has protect in this specific turn. But the checkmate turn would be technically perfect beyond that. Right? Oh, I actually hit Talon. Okay, there Astley goes into... Actually, Astley is going to be casting thing right now, right? Because you are now dropping below. Oh, you didn't. Interesting. Nighthawk, you're not even protected right now. Nighthawk has 2679. Also only 10% crit chance. Yikes. So Astley is going to banish us this turn, right? Kinda surprised that Astley didn't banish previous turn because it was under 8000. There it is. So I'm actually going to equip a silly passive here. And that passive is delay 20. Delay 20 means that we're gonna go 20 time units slower. Which means instead of going just before raid, we're gonna go after raid. Right after Astley goes. Do we need Mimic at all? Yes. The thing is, the slime coat is medium armor, and if we were to go Mimic, we would have to go equip all Reaper, we would have to go equip all. Surprised I'm hitting Talon there through to Zemi. Why am I hitting them all the time? I'm not missing. Why am I not missing, guys? So we can go observe after Astley's turn here. Snowfang. That was too early for that. I'm supposed to miss. It could just be coincidence. But at least against Talon, I should be missing a lot more than that. I could use the previous turn to set up a Rending Cut to go armor down on Astley. Or this one. Oh, actually, she's now below 8,000, so never mind. I should have done this in the previous turn. Actually, even if I did this... Goodbye. The idea for dealing 8,000 damage is very particular, actually. Also, did you know that it actually even has memory cursor for that menu? And yeah, we can burn down any of the members with double cast shenanigans. The problem is surviving the rest afterwards. That's kind of the main issue, really. Could we incorporate... Actually, it's still a good question, though. Could we incorporate, like, being a red mage right now to double cast into Oblivion? Like a Reaper Red Mage. It feels like it would be very specific, right? Hitting all targets is not good, right? Mine. It is right now, it's fine. So if we were Reaper Warlock, and we could... Well, we would not get the slime coat, we would have to go with the Warlock armor. Maybe try to turn it so we get like critical power on the turn where we want to burn down Astley. Survive via counterattacks with things. Seems within the realm of possibility. That would be 5,000, 6,500 damage right there. If we hit that checkmate and it's a crit, Astley might be straight up dead right there. Checkmate is 10%, crit is also probably 10%? Hang on. Did we crit during that? Because it might have been a crit, I did not pay attention. I have the correct helmet, yes. Captain's hat is better. Take aim is always first. Then Utsusemi is next on Talon. Checkmate. Turn 1 is always checkmate. Raid hasn't gone yet. Oh, it was a crit. That's a shame. So if we get a 10% and a crit here for 5 times damage, This would basically just make us banished immediately. No, the 10% crit chance was for a different attack that I got hit by previously. So that's kind of what I was mostly thinking of. I should miss sometime though. Oh, we have less miss chance thanks to having more agility. I actually didn't even consider that. We respect to Hunter. I wonder whether Reaping Cut in the previous turn actually would have been better. Actually, if we were slightly faster... Hang on, I have an idea. Hang on. What if... Listen. Okay. Here's the idea. Right now, I am intentionally slowing down myself via the passives. Oh, I'm not. I didn't save that, apparently. If I was faster... Wait. This is turn 1, right? Or specifically, it's my turn 1. Here, initial oomph is power up buff for 1 turn. Astly going checkmate turn 1 might be the key here. Because if we copy this with initial oomph, how much damage can we possibly get? 1820 times 5 is 9100. It's over 9000, it is. Was our crit... Actually, our counterattack being crit would not have been done doing the trick. Can we optimize the weapon, technically? Problem is, our weapon is our lifesteal. We don't really have any other lifesteal if we change up the weapon. Do we? How much would be guillotine here on a crit? It's more baseline, but less total. What can we adjust to increase the damage a little bit? That's an excellent question. Yeah, we currently need that lifesteal to stay alive. Truthfully, we don't need much lifesteal to stay alive. I mean, to be fair, if we kind of manage to finagle this in a way... where we can have the same scenario set up later... then that would also be okay, right? Still haven't missed Talon. Right there. We actually brought Astley below 8,000, so we're gonna die next turn, right? If we had a dagger, we could use Rupture on Astley right now. Bye. Is there any other way to get lifesteal? Aside from accessories. Both of these accessories increase our damage by a lot. There's a life-stealing shield. Maybe that. What's Captain Hat doing for us? Mainly just damage. There is spell lifesteal, but I don't think there's anything else. Oh hey, Crosshelm is actually power. A Blood Hat has spell lifesteal, so it's not gonna work on attacks. There is a helmet that gives us initial oomph, basically. Like this one is also spell lifesteal. The thing is, we would lose quite a bit of damage if we go for the Crosshelm. Counter is strength based? Probably. I assume it's just the same as a regular attack. I was thinking of going with something that has really good count or crit damage. Like this Legend Spike has 28% more crit damage. %10 physical lifesteal. Wait, does dueling shields reduce our HP? No. Can you run Fencer? We need the Reaper passive and the Mimic to equip everything while having still passives, really. So, can we run Fencer? I'm trying to think whether a secondary Fencer with a main Reaper, or even well, I guess we kind of would need the maximum HP if we don't go for the Slime Coat and Reaper, right? Fencer itself gives plus 60% crit damage. Yeah, the sword reduces my HP. Really? Oh yeah, it does. I forgot about that part. We could go for variants, but that's silly. Let's see what the Blood Shield is going to work for now. Yeah, we don't even need a Stalwart anymore here. 55 healed, take 90 damage. Wait. Oh, checkmate, you need actually Rapier or swords. I forgot about that part actually. We need sword or rapier in order to copy checkmate. So we couldn't even copy checkmate. Did you checkmate a second time? And yeah, Figbert, you probably figured that out just a bit before me. I mean, rapiers generally speaking have really good crit chance, but I don't think crit damage usually. There's also more accuracy on that thing. Did you get the 10% there? I guess we're kind of reliant on not getting 10% ourselves. But it's a game of luck either way. Either way, survivability would be a huge issue if we don't go with the Lifeline plus Dueling Shield. So I feel like trying to finagle the stuff around differently might be the way to go instead. See whether the cross helmet might do work. A whole lot of months. It is actually, that's a lot. But Boblio, thank you so much for 68 months of support, that's crazy. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for Boblio. Funny thing is, we would not even necessarily need the double counter. Wow, that's a crit. And another crit right there. Copy. Wait. What did you attack us with? This was not checkmate this time, was it? No, it doesn't always use Nightclaw. Oh my goodness. Astley does not always start with the same ability. This could complicate things for a clean strategy. Basically the Nighthawk is the ability is basically a sword and rapier fencer skill, which means you deal more crit damage if you crit, but you have less crit chance. That's why it was a 9% like that. Shield is +3, sword is +1, right? Yes. Does it absolutely have to be Mega Convert to pass this? The problem is for the slime coat is medium armor, and Limby cannot by default equip medium armor. That's the issue we're running into. Alright, was this the checkmate opener? It was. There was a checkmate right there. The main problem is Ashley right now has Protect equipped and Chloe comes in between there. And the Rupture, of course. But if we had not attacked Astley, Astley would be high enough HP to still possibly attack us this upcoming turn. I don't think Raids is... I think this is the turn we wanna aim for, everybody. This is the turn we wanna aim for. We wanna go after Astley before Chloe this turn. Because Astley is going to lose the armor up buff. We can set up previously an armor down debuff, and we hope that Astley is going to use checkmate this turn. Of course we're gonna get banished now, but you know, I think this is a potential way to success. So don't attack Astley initially. Get the passive for going 20 turn times slower. Late 20. And Hoppy, thank you so much for the raid and the host. I hope your Monster Sanctuary exploration went well. Hello. Okay, so... that's the plan, isn't it? So if we have a Nighthawk start... we're also too slow to even attack Astley right now, so it kinda makes sense. Either way. Nighthawk into Snowfang. We could do an AoE attack if we wanted to deal a little bit more damage, but let's just not worry about dealing more damage right now. And to checkmate. This is still protected. This is with the late 20. You got a lot of progress today, nice. Alrighty, so... we're still going to... rending cut this turn, right? Oh, we don't rending cut this turn. What did Astley do? Sorry, can somebody... I was looking at my notes. Whoops. We need to checkmate right now. That was a Snowfang. So if we had a checkmate right now, we could counterattack for a tremendous amount of damage. Assuming I could have done a little bit of Nightfall beforehand to bring it a little bit closer to the 8000 HP mark. wonder if I would need to get Chloe low so she starts healing or something. Could be another alternative side idea. Let's checkmate. Actually get the checkmate. And if Chloe didn't attack us here. Actually, also this guy didn't attack us here. I guess we could try to set it up for one turn later as well. If we go for one turn later, I would also get an armor debuff down. I would have to probably remove the damage over time effects though, because that would end up being too much damage. Basically have a rending cut in there, and then this turn I would need to go right after Ashley. So this would be one turn later than I would have initially planned. Yeah, the rending cut didn't work because Ashley was still covered in the previous section. So... start with Nighthawk. I assume next is gonna be Snowfang. That was 2 crits right there. And of course, this. I could go Observe. Well, let's see how much time we would need to switch up. Going to go for Chloe, so hopefully she starts healing herself at some point. I don't know whether she ever does. I think in theory she should. Maybe she only ever heals Ashley. Snowfang. That's the expected result there. Next should be checkmate on turn 3. Oh, you do cure yourself in that situation there. There's a checkmate. And I get a turn. Why is there so little damage? I guess it is 4000 if we get the crit checkmate. Oh, armor up is still, well, up. So we would want to aim for next turn, right? So we would like to get after Astley. So we kind of need to... If we count 20 time units earlier, we actually would be exactly after raid here. So if I remove the delay 20, and we aim for this turn instead, this could work, because I actually implemented delay 20 because I was aiming for this turn, but armor up is kind of putting a wrench into the entire thing. Yeah, if we remove delay 20, remove the damage over time effect passives, we could actually get a rending cut in right here. We could get a rending cut in right there, presumably not pushing Astley below the threshold of 8,000, and then try to get the checkmate in. Oh, you did do the banish this time. Last time Astley did not do the banish at 79999 or 7999 HP after the damage over time effects. Chloe has a 50% chance of going shell or armor up first. Oh, I didn't realize that was also random. Either way, delay 20 needs to get removed. Actually, I'm gonna keep one, Blood Spiller or the other thing. Attack focus does not work on counters, does it? I wish critical power was for physical. Might as well. Banishes mean? Yep. Nighthawk first. Means we actually don't get a checkmate when we want it to. Protect first is probably good. Alright, Chloe protect first with Nighthawk opening. With no delay 20. I'll need that spreadsheet for this. Checkmate. Did she already do the Snowfang? Okay. Wait. Why am I not going off? Oh, I'll go before, right? Wait, I'm aiming for this. This is my turn. That's what I'm aiming for. Hang on. I think I'm kind of mixing up things. So my guess is I will need to deal damage to Talon in the end. Nighthawk. So Snowfang is next, I guess? So we can rending cut now. Reduce armor. And the hope is that this is not enough damage to bring it below 8,000 right here. Oh. Oh, that's kind of silly. Because now we get banished before we can do anything. So it did do too much damage. I don't think the poison and stuff actually makes a difference. Because we need her to checkmate that turn, right? Because Blood Spiller and the other stuff really does not make that difference. Like, it's 87 damage in Chloe. It's basically nothing. They have relatively little maximum HP and 94% resistance, 95%. Oh. What was the thing that gave me, like, is it an armor? 6 turns of power up? Just 3 turns on the Reaper Mail. You know, actually, I don't think I've tried with double counter as a just pure Reaper. Which would mean we would not need Mimic. Right? So we could have Fencer secondary. Let's actually just try this real quick, just to see the damage. Because here we run into, of course, the problem of trying to survive. Checkmate would actually not have killed us, barely, but we would have survived. I think I did not try Dueling Shield with a pure Reaper. Maybe... I think I missed that part. Because like this, we would need no Mimic. It means we can use other passives. Well, no, we need the Reaper still. The Reaper passive is... Oh, well, the other... Yes, those passives. Means. Snowfang, by the way, also heals Astley, so that is always something to keep in mind. But if we were to go after Astley here, and Astley were to use Checkmate right here, this technically could lead to victory. Like if we were even slower than that. I should have checked how much slower I needed to be. Because we were right here, on a checkmate. This could theoretically work. Because here Astley of course goes before us, and we don't get the checkmate copy. But... this actually looked a lot more promising than I thought it was gonna be. So, I thought we needed Mimic, but... I don't think we do. Let's go straight up Reaper. We do need Equip Shield. We do need Stalwart. Perfect Vision, kind of required too. We definitely need Counter as well. Can remove Venom Coat. Problem is, we are lacking 1 point. Because I don't think we're gonna survive without Safeguard. Well, we'll see, but... Okay, we got dueling shield. I'm actually going swordplay secondary, so we don't even need to rely on Astley to be able to copy the swordplay. We can use any armor here. Power up. Max AP is not really going to do anything, is it? You can get permanent HP, right? Region. Deal more physical damage. Would be kind of funny if after all that... Yeah, I figured. It would be kind of funny if after all that we still go with the Mimic Mail because 10% more physical damage. Which actually might be the way to go, funnily enough. Let's go with Inner Warmth, so we get more healed. You don't need perfect vision if you have the always hit armor. The always hit armor is actually light armor, it's the Weaver armor. Checkmate, we need to dodge the checkmate death right there. How much is checkmate right now? Oh my god, that's almost enough. That's almost enough. That is almost enough. Missed the crit. Yeah, the crit alone I don't think would have done the trick. Back to YOLO strats? Yeah, I suppose. Solution, one-shot the boss. Indeed. If only we had one more turn before Raid set up the thing. We can go Eagle stance. Oh no, we cannot, because we lose our other stance. Checkmate. It actually deals a lot less damage now. Because... that's silly. It deals a lot less damage now, because one of our accessory makes us be in a stance. And... yeah, that's not useful. Forgot about that part. 2 counters plus checkmate. Yes, I think that would be the idea, right? You're sad that it is a stance for that reason, yeah. We already optimized our damage, I think, for swordplay, right? Because checkmate scales off of agility. What's the button? Can't we have exact formula somehow? Oh well. So, if we get the 10% chance for 500% damage, that would be 9,520 damage. Actually, it would be enough. It would be enough. If we get the 10... It's a 4% chance. Oh god. Did we just do it? Well, not yet. We still need to deal with Talon. That's gonna be the biggest issue, because most of his attacks we cannot counterattack. I need to remember, we have Snowfang. Let's see. Oh, Feather Cut never misses. I feel like we need to get rid of Talon first, because we cannot counterattack him. Most of the time. Chloe will stop actually attacking us. And start healing herself, I think. Oh, that's a very specific setup there. We put all our levels into Hunter to have as much agility as possible. We get the initial strength boost from the helmet, the heavy armor helmet. We are a main Reaper, we have Stalwart in order to survive the first attack. We have a duelist shield in order to be able to counterattack twice. With the life thingy, the Lifeline sword, in order to have 25% lifesteal. We have both accessories that give us 35% less physical damage taken and 35% more physical damage done. One of those reduces our HP by 50%. And the Lifeline sword reduces our HP by another 30%, so basically 80% damage reduction, HP reduction, which is why we need Stalwart in the first turn to survive the initial attacks. Chloe, I think, is gonna mainly heal herself. Honestly, 4% chance just on basically our first action is kind of decent odds. Now, this is where I'm worried about Rupture. Because this is a damage over time effect that I don't know how well we can survive this. We kind of really want Chloe and Raid alive, just so they provide us with healing by attacking us. This is why I kind of feel like we need to knock out Talon here. Because Talon uses Shadow Cut, which Shadow Cut cannot be countered. Now the thing is, if we killed Raid, well, Raid doesn't give us that much HP. We could see if we can hit a guillotine on Talon or Chloe even. Well, we cannot hit a guillotine on Chloe anymore. I wish you tried to hit Talon there. That was 450 damage right there from Talon. Feather Cut crit will not kill him. He gets one more turn, Raid gets one more turn. I'm really worried here. No! I think I needed to go more risky and use Snowfang for healing instead. How much does the bleed do to us? 15% of our maximum HP. And our maximum HP, or I think the damage over time effect, as well as healing over time, actually is calculated before the Reaper health wears off, so to speak. Do we need this entire setup? I think we need this entire setup to one-shot Ashley. But I feel like this is a way to victory. I don't know if it's a good way to victory, but I think it's functional. This is not actually enough damage there. I think we need a double crit on Ashley at the beginning too. We could have used Snowfang for 50% additional lifesteal. Could have tried Nighthawk for trying to actually kill him. Well, actually, it's a significant reduction. Swallowtail hits all of the enemies. But that protect is gonna be an issue. Let's see, how much damage does Talon take with 2 debuffs there? $220. That is not enough. No, the thing is, this is not enough even if we get the 5 times crit because of the armor up, but it would not be enough either way because Astley is just too low at this point. Oh, we did get the 5 times crit. So I think we need to get this first turn, huh? So our odds with having to get the first initial 2 crits just kind of got reduced by a lot, didn't they? Wait, did you just miss us? This is once again not enough damage. It's the first turn attack buff that makes it possible. Yeah, I was thinking maybe if we get like really good counterattacks on Astley. And then get the 5 times crit on checkmate later, but I think the protect will kind of just nullify those efforts. Oh, we hit Talon both times there. But yeah, look at this. 706 damage from the bleed attack. I should have used Snowfang, honestly, in the previous attempt. I think would have kept me alive, most likely. If only cover actually was still covering Astley after she attacks here. Because the armor up is kind of destroying us right here. If we had one more turn before Ashley got into critical HP there, it would be fine. So that's a 1.6% chance for a double crit into... No, a chance for a 16. Divided by 10 somewhere there. So 16% chance for a double crit, 40% to 40%, into a 10% for a times 5, and a 40% chance to crit. Yes, pretty much. That is pretty much what it is. Like, here we have a chance, checkmate. Didn't get it. I wonder whether I can just checkmate here. That could be funny. The first counter is not always on Astley. Chloe always does armor up, like, this is not something she's not gonna do. Double negative, I understand. But Chloe always will armor up here. But yeah, I think we need to just reset at this point until we get the luck again. Ah, right. Checkmate. 1 crit, 2 not crit. I wish I had a contingency plan here when we don't get the crit, so to speak. Like, what if I rending cut you this turn? Don't crit. Oh, come on. What if I rending cut this turn? Would actually no, rending would run out at the same time as protect us. Do we got a way to keep Talon from ever using enough AP to rupture? No. Oh, I forgot. The only way we could have him rupture less is if we don't attack him. Because the way you... A rupture costs 30 AP to use. You build 6 AP per turn. Plus 6 if you do a regular attack, which he actually does not. He uses an attack that costs no AP whatsoever. Oh, checkmate. I guess that can also happen. And then if we attack him, every physical attack taken also gives you 6 AP. So technically you could build up to 12 AP per turn attacking, and actually 18 even. Attacking, getting attacked, and getting your turn gives you 18 AP total. But he never does a regular attack, so he builds a maximum of 12 AP per turn if we attack him. Checkmate. It would be so nice if we had slightly more damage there though. How could I get more damage? What am I forgetting? We have a stronger weapon. Actually, the Lifeline is pretty good for attack power to begin with. And this 10% more physical damage feels like it would be lacking. Like, if you get 3 turns of power up, it doesn't matter. Because the power up is going to run out. Well, actually, maybe it runs out. Would a different class stats work to get the kill on one counter? I don't know how you would do that. So the biggest problem we're actually running into is our HP. If we are not a Reaper, we have a maximum HP of about 1000. Now the funny thing is, an assassin would be able to deal really good damage overall. I thought you could respec and get different class stats. Oh, that respec. And I'm pretty sure we maximized our stat gain for the checkmate attack. Because it scales off of agility. Yeah, we have max agility through Hunter. All the Hunter stats. We did respec. But I'm thinking, like, maybe if we had more maximum HP, the problem is we would absolutely be lacking in a different department. If we were main assassin, we would have about 1000 HP. But I think a Talon Rupture crit alone would kill us. Well, actually, we would not have 1000 HP, we would have about 500. That's the problem, right? Because we would need to exchange an accessory to have more maximum HP. Is there a reason to use Inner Warmth instead of Pocket Sand? Inner Warmth should heal us more, right? I actually don't know. Does Inner Warmth heal us more? 301 for the regular attack. I thought we would get more healing out of it. To be fair, 10% of 70 is 7. But there's a double crit. We heal for 3 less. Okay, we don't need in the warmth. Okay, good point. I guess Pocket Sand would definitely be more helpful in the long run then. Did not get it. Yeah, Pocket Sand actually could help quite a bit. Specifically against... Yeah, I like that, thank you. Pocket Sand blinds an enemy for 1 turn. The next physical attack is going to miss. I thought Inner Worms was actually going to make more of a difference, but I was wrong. Oh, yeah, that was technically unnecessary Pocket Sand there. 1 crit. 2 not crit. Checkmate. Yeah. Is there a way to increase our crit chance? If we get rid of perfect vision, what could we get? This does not affect counter, does it? Let's see. Let's try it. I'm pretty sure it does not affect counter. Oh. I forgot. That's fine, we're just testing here. So 1400 for a regular attack there. The Cross Helm gives us initial attack power. Oh, thanks for the... Come on, I'm just testing here. cross helm gives us initial attack power. For turn 1. Alrighty, let's see. We're counter-attacking raid 592, 898 crit. Yeah, it does not do that. It does not affect counters. It's not a regular attack. Pocket Sand. I mean, Pocket Sand is a counter to you being on critical HP. The funny thing is, Safeguard would actually really help in the long run, potentially, against Talon, but losing Perfect Vision seems like such a questionable deal. Then again, Feathercut, in theory, might make up the difference, because it never misses. Let's see what the chance is to hit on Astley specifically. Because we are currently reducing our chance to hit Astley even further. I believe not even Chloe should have a 100% chance to hit here. One crit, do not crit. %81% chance to hit, so I actually barely make that difference, so it would reduce our chance to just one-shot Astley by a lot. I guess the hit chance on the other two would be fine. But yeah. So I guess we just go with what we have at this point, because it almost worked once. I could have Snowfanged instead, for more lifesteal in theory. One crit, two not crit. One not crit, two crit. Can we get more crit chance or crit damage on Helm? Not on heavy helmets, which is what we have to use as a main Reaper. I do actually have another idea I need to look into. Yeah. If we go Mimic instead of Reaper, we have 2.5 in all stats. Reaper has 2 agility. So technically, chances are decent that we need less luck as a main Mimic to one-shot Astley. With this setup here. Right, because we would have more agility. I lose checkmate always, yes, but I can mimic checkmate. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? So it would be, I guess, more RNG to get checkmated on specifically that turn. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. It would be more RNG to get checkmated on that turn in particular. Yeah, I don't know what the probability is. It might not... Well, it probably is not a good idea. It's just an idea. But we could get our eagle eye back. Oh wait, we already have that. Decided to... And basically, this would be the idea, right? Oh. I forgot that we need to be at full HP. Oh. We only have to set up here. So, here she uses Night Talk and we would just reset. 1342. Was that a crit anywhere in there? Both of them were crits, and actually we deal less damage. Oh, well, I mean, of course, the counters are based on strength. Oh, right, I forgot about that part. Yeah, the counters are less strong because we have less strength, because Reaper has really high strength. But Checkmate theoretically should be way stronger because, well, maybe not way stronger. Should be a little stronger. Because it's based on agility. Alrighty, let's go back to the previous setup that technically worked. We lose 1200 damage from counters. You know, that kinda makes me wonder. If counters are that big of a difference... Ah. What if we can respec from Hunter? What's highest agility plus strength? No, Hunter has 2 strength. What has high agility? Fencer. Fencer only has 2 strength as well. Weaver has 4 agility, even less strength though. Ninja has even less strength. You have way more strength but less agility. Check Assassin. Wait, it's dexterity. Yeah, I think it's dex, not agility, is it? Wait, am I just... Hang on. Am I goofing this up right now? No, it is agility, not dexterity. Well, actually, dexterity helps for crit damage. So theoretically, it could still be better. Right. And crit chance. Because more dexterity means... more crit chance? Let's just see what happens if we do this. Let's see what happens if we do this. Same setup, but now we're assassin instead of hunter levels. $19.50 for counter crits. Checkmate. Checkmate is way less actually. Also, apparently I don't have... Oh, we also lose chance to hit. That's kind of a big deal. It's only 100 damage more and we deal... well, a lot less damage. This is... actually not enough. This would not be enough. We gain crit chance. I don't think the reduced chance to hit is worth it. Because we barely have enough chance to hit on Ashley with full hunter. So we're going to continue with the hunter. Yep, not enough. Might be able to save a few levels for Assassin though, like 5. Right, but the question would be, would that change anything for in terms of what we need to get? I guess what it would change is would give us a slightly better crit chance. Right, that's the one thing it could technically do for us. A very slight increase in crit chance. But this is my best idea. We know it can work if I got a little bit more lucky against Talon or play a bit better, whichever one it might be. So we have 40% chance to crit. We need 3 crits in a row. It's already not that terribly good odds, huh? 16, 40... Then we need a 10% chance on top of that. Did I reset? I did not reset. $9966 will haunt us. 0.64% chance to win first turn based off 3 crits and 40% at 40% and 10% chance at 5 times 5. Yep, that sounds about right. So we should get it within like another 200-300 attempts. Hey Runeseek here, hello, how are you doing today? It feels so close to just having slightly more. So here's the thing, Mimic Mail gives us 10% more damage. Which is just overall damage, right? What was the... oh wait, that's... I'm thinking of the T-Rex Mail, but that doesn't work. Because it's medium armor. We're running the same problem again. Not really any better armor, is there? I think if you respect to a male... wait, do we get more agility for a male character? I forget what the stat differences are. Because we have more speed as a female character. We get luck. I don't think luck helps us. We lose the 2 most important stats, which are agility and speed, it feels like. No changes in dexterity. And for reference, it goes up to 6.8% chance if we have 41% crit chance. True. Luck is harder to gear for. Definitely would be. But I don't think luck affects much of anything that we currently are using. It's so very, very specific. If we had just a slightly stronger weapon... I can't see anything else. Lifeline is pretty good. And we can really only use... let's see, Crystal Project... weapons. There are maybe a stronger rapier that has lifesteal on top of it that is better than the sword. That would be fantastic. Unlikely. The Diamond's rapier has plus 20% crit chance. Murglis has lifesteal. Spell lifesteal, unfortunately. And both of... actually, the Diamond Rapier has technically the same attack power, but yeah. We kind of really need that lifesteal, yes, that's the catch, right? 25% lifesteal on this thing. We can get lifesteal on a shield, but it's only 10%, which is tiny. The HP loss is kind of important. Not really, because that's why we are Reaper as a main character. You could try increasing IRL luck stat. Kinda difficult though. If you do not hit the 1 HP on the first time, you introduce the chance that the second hit you take murders you. The accessories are both 35% more damage. More or less straight up 35% more damage. Hey, double crit. Checkmate. Oh, we got the crit. Bye. I do wonder whether there's a better chance or choice. And yeah, that's kind of a big deal too. The accessories are also 35% less physical damage taken. Nope. You could load up the game and mess around. Be my guest. Alright, let's actually see. What's our exact stats? How much accuracy do we need exactly for... Actually, here. How much accuracy do we need? We need 80% exactly of Astley's evasion. We need an accuracy, right? I think that's how it works. One crit. 2 crits. Maybe we have another chance here. So Astley has 280 evasion. 80% of that is 0.8. 224 accuracy is what we need. We currently have 214. Do we not have a 100% chance to hit? We do. Why? Is that not how it works? Nope. I am confused. Let's just test putting more levels into Assassin instead. As long as we still have enough damage overall, just increasing our crit chance is definitely fine. Just for slightly better overall odds. So let's put 5 levels from Hunter into Assassin. So we get 3 Dexterity. Wait, isn't Dexterity? No, Agility's chance to hit. Break even with speed. Let's put 4 levels into that. Alrighty, that is 5 levels in Assassin. Still have a 100% chance to crit. Crit damage is very slightly higher. 9953. Let's put 10 levels into Assassin this time. Honestly, optimally, we would be able to make it so we only need to crit 1 counter, and that would skyrocket our chances already of a successful beginning. Or we could just get lucky again, really. We can keep pumping more levels into Assassin as long as we still hit, so to speak. Oh, I had more maximum HP. I'm just gonna check how much chance to hit I have anyways. Alright, checkmate. 41% chance to crit, 1880. That is less damage, but we already knew that. As long as it's still enough damage in the end, it would be okay, right? Let's put 20 levels into Assassin. And also, this time not forget to heal up. Alright, Snowfang is 1866 crits. Alright, 1866 times 2 would be 3732 damage, and do we still checkmate hit? We do not. This is where we went overboard with the assassin levels. So 10 levels was okay, 20 was too much. 20 was actually too much by quite a bit. Let's go 12. 12 levels into Assassin. Alright, please crit at least once against Astley, I would appreciate that. 1853 times 2, 3706 damage. Did he crit twice? I did not pay attention. Checkmate. Still has a 100% chance to hit. 1880 times 5 would still kill. So it must have crit twice. So 12 levels in Assassin are still fine. By the way, oops, what am I doing? The reason why I actually keep going closer and closer rather than just, oh, 41%, it's fine. I assume there's like 41.2%, 41.3%, etc. And it just only shows you whole numbers. I don't know whether that's true. That's just how I assume it would work. But yeah, that's kind of why. Let's put 14 levels into Assassin. You think that's true as well, but no evidence obviously. Exactly. Well, I mean, the evidence would be a lot of test cases. Alrighty, let's see. Please crit at least once against Astley, I would appreciate that. 1853. We did get 2 crits. Let's see whether checkmate would be enough damage. It is not 100% chance to hit anymore. So our chance to hit decreased sufficiently in that sense. Which, by the way, against Talon, I guess we do lose technically chance to hitting on Talon. Evidence would be disassembling the code, suppose. So 14 levels is too much. So basically this means if 13 still has a 100% chance to crit, 13 is our number. We also gain a tiny bit of speed, which is kind of why I'm also more intrigued by just micro-optimization here. Was it not enough damage actually? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, oh my goodness. I forgot again. Alright, no. Nope, that is not good enough. 12 levels in Assassin is the maximum we can go for. Do we save the 12 levels in Assassin then just try out attempts? Alrighty, welcome to the grind. I feel like later on we will figure out a much more reliable and reasonable strategy. I forgot the HP change again. Miss. Alright, 9942 is the number we don't want to see. Short version. Would have been amazing if we got that thing first try. But to be fair, at that point I would have no idea what the probability is of actually success. And I feel like it would give me less appreciation for actually getting that crit checkmate. What was my other idea for the assassin, I wonder? Oh yeah, the problem with assassin is maximum HP. Because assassin's passive would mean that we would need a lot less damage overall. Like, we would literally just need a checkmate, that's it. We would not need anything else. So it would just be a straight up 10% chance with an assassin. But of course, the problem with the assassin is that survivability. We would want to put all the levels into Beatsmith for maximum HP and speed. On an assassin, we need to remove one of the accessories. It actually means we might not have the luxury there. I'm just curious to check it out at this point. So, let's see. Templates. What was the odds? 0.68% chance now? With a full 41% chance to crit. Alrighty, so it's not great. But I was thinking, let's go main... we go main assassin or secondary? I guess main assassin doesn't have a way to heal. Technically, main assassin if secondary reaper has ways to heal. Because with swordplay, we could do silly things. Speaking of swordplay, we do need to have equipped sword, probably. Could not equip the undead bone trophy. Anything that gives us like crit damage and accessories. Speed and turn timer. Assassin plus Reaper con checkmate. Huh? Like I missed something. Crit chance and accuracy on this one. Probably doesn't. Crit chance probably doesn't matter. Could go Hemo Ring, I guess. The problem is, once again, we're gonna not have enough maximum HP. This is kind of like a interesting version of this. Dual ready. Dual ready is 3 passive points, right? No, Valakar, on this one we would go... We would require the maximum HP. So we would go for a different... This is the assassin build. This would go differently entirely. We would need overall more maximum HP. This would be quite different to begin with. %, crit damage. Yeah, this would be quite different here. Basically Stalwart would be out, because we would need to survive with the HP we have if we go main assassin. That's the main catch, if you will. We would need to survive with the HP we have here. I don't like Hemo Ring, I want more damage. Technically this does more damage, because our attacks are thunder and 10% more thunder damage. 25% more defense when max HP. Could be interesting. Receive 15% more healing. Probably not that much. I wish this thing didn't have minus 50% max HP, but if it didn't, it would be way too good, so never mind. Gives us dexterity and accuracy, which, to be fair, actually, this is an interesting point now that I think about it, Valakar. 10% accuracy. It's actually an interesting point. We actually think need more accuracy. I think we need more accuracy for the thing to work out. Okay, so we do need equip shield, we need equip sword. That is 4 points that we can't remove. Pocket sand, maybe. The counter required. Perfect vision, pretty much required. We don't get initial oomph with this one. Or whatever that's worth. Where's your... Oh shoot, Lifeline is minus HP. Never mind. I don't think this works, guys. But Lifeline minus 30% max HP. Would there be a better option, I guess? If we go with swordplay. Technically, attack down is cute, but then we have basically no lifesteal. Hey Lewis, thank you for the raid and the host, and welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Honestly, the main issue is that we are not gonna heal enough. If we go with an assassin, I'm reasonably certain about that. We don't have enough maximum HP with this kind of setup, I don't think. That's why we need the Reaper's max HP increase passive thing. That's what it's there for. I mean, to be fair, if we keep going for Snowfang, maybe? But then Talon is an issue again. We need a sword or a rapier. Diamond's rapier has increased crit chance. Can we try? We need the lifesteals for the counters though. That's the catch, right? We need the lifesteals for the counters. And our chance to hit is going to be pretty terrible. Like, that's probably something there. So first of all, I think what I need to do this. Because there's 100 more maximum HP. Wait, I can't. Diamond Axe doesn't work. We have two weapons. Checkmate hits once or twice. Twice. Each one with its own chance to 12% at 10%. Counters also hit twice. Twice. Huh. I guess Ninja is a lot more interesting than it initially seemed. That is a fair suggestion. Is that a 2 on? It is a 2 on the sword. Yeah, I guess I'm going to make a diamond rapier. Hi guys. So this is the thing that I could think of right now. I don't feel like this has much potential personally, but might as well make save on their new save thingy. Give it a shot or two. We need a lifesteal? Yeah. We have a Hemo ring. $337, not the worst. That's so much less damage because... yeah. Let's see. Checkmate would be how much damage? If we hit a crit checkmate, it's 953. 953 times 5, 4,000 and some change. We get up to 9,530 damage with a checkmate. If it's a crit. The crit chance isn't terrible. Yeah, we can actually use the Hawk Sense now and stuff. It's not quite enough to kill you. Aside from the part where our chance to hit is horrible. Yeah, Assassin doubles. So can we stay alive with Lifeline? 540 damage. That's a crit shadow cut. I don't think we can stay alive, is the issue here. It was 9,530 with the stance, I think. It's not quite enough to one-shot. But yeah, we are losing so much chance to hit and we just don't survive without either reduced damage from physicals or something. One thing I can try. What if instead of perfect vision, we go all in on safeguard instead? Well, that's not gonna work right now because our allies are alive again. Reaper felt so much better. Yeah, it's just the probability is not good. But we know it can work. That's kind of the biggest or the best part about it, right? Oh my goodness. Game just auto-saved right there. Perfect vision in favor of safeguard. Oh yeah, Reaper was definitely within reach and possibility. That was not a crit. Do you not have memory cursor anymore? Where's my memory cursor? 10% chance to miss there, by the way. I don't think that is terribly reliable. And there's a rupture. 827. So yeah. Let's go back to the Reaper. I feel like this has so much more potential. This reminds me of an Octopath speedrun split in community where some started using cheat engine, mod whatever, to have a 100% Kate spawn in required place to make word record attempts less about Kate RNG. Yeah, honestly, if basically it's just kind of a thing where the community agrees with that, I think that's pretty reasonable overall. Oh wow, we got a 10% but not a crit. Shame. Was that actually even enough damage? Right there? I like how I have suddenly 4 calculators open on the side here. Because it's way easier to just Windows... Oh, thank you for your checkmate. It's only fair, I got mine before. It's way easier to just Windows button R calc in order to open up a new calculator than anything else. Wow, you get it again? Really? Twice in a row. You have to calc open, you know the strategy wheel? I mean, there's usually calculators open for me. Hey, 2 crits. Alrighty. Let's see. Checkmate. 1880 times 5 would be 9,400. Okay, it would be enough. If we get the crit, then the thing did not get it. You had the calc open in a half. Oh, wrong button. You had the calculator open in half of your Lufia 2 solo run. Makes sense to me. I don't think... Looking into Lufia 2 calculations and equipment mechanics, I feel like would be pretty interesting for Ancient Thief and such. You actually set up your Linux to have that shortcut. Used it so much on Windows that you needed when you ditched it up. When you ditched it? Nice. Oh, I didn't even check whether we got double crit. But with how IP worked in Lufia 2, half of the game was such chase. Oh, I definitely believe that. I mean, most of this run here was a lot of chase. Did not get double crit. You know what, I'm actually kinda curious. I get like a checkmate crit in Talon. Whether it would be worth trying again. Do I not have memory cursor anymore or what? This is so weird. Did the game never have memory cursor? Am I just making that up now? There's the rupture, and now it starts hurting. Oh yeah, I remember now why we don't go further than just the first turn. Because we don't have the attack power boost anymore. I wonder how close this might be. Oh, but Astley gets 2 turns here anyway, so... doesn't matter. They actually translated it to ZP, Zornpunkte in German, in Lufia too. Which seems quite fitting. Oh. Oops. Alrighty, so I think we are nearing the end of the stream here. Do we want to do the regular boss with this setup here? Because I think that would be kind of neat, at least completing the game the normal way, just not the true ending yet. Did not get the crit. Does the regular boss have the same banish mechanic? I'm pretty sure it does not now. One crit, 2 crits, oh boy. And now for the checkmate. We have a 41% chance to crit, which we need, and a 10% chance to deal 5 damage, which we need. And we get neither. Oh, I keep forgetting about the part. Alright, let's give this, let's say, 3 more successful double crits. And then I think we're going for the regular boss for now. But I'm reasonably certain that given enough time and attempts, we will be able to do this. I might actually just try to get the setup offline. Hey, double crit. That's number 1 out of 3. I might just try to get the setup offline. And then start a stream whenever next time. Maybe not reset. Five levels of Reaper is not enough counter damage. Oh, are you trying to go for strength? So we don't need a double crit at the beginning? How many levels of Reaper would you need to... for double crit to not be required anymore? Hey, double crit number 2 already. Nice, getting lucky today. Bonk. Yeah, if we just only needed 1 crit at the beginning on the 2 counters, then that would already improve the chances dramatically. There's no other ability that has the potential to do enough damage, right? Well, not with our current setup. Like, there might be different ways and setups and things that could work out. Like, I've been thinking if you could somehow manage to have a tremendous amount of mana on, like, a warlock. I did not reset. As you can see, I'm starting to lose focus, so it's probably time to go soon. Just one more successful double crit counter. You don't have enough brain power to calculate explosion? That's not a double crit. I do wonder how high you can get with explosion. One crit with 5 Reaper levels is 9870, so not enough damage. And you do also lose crit damage, of course, with Reaper levels, so it's a bit more dynamic than just trying to figure out to get to the same number. One crit. Not crit. But yeah, well, we know actually from a reliable source, thanks to ZRGMS, that there are other strategies out there. Right now I just can't really think of anything else. We know this one can work. Like, I'm 99% certain if we get the setup again, we could just get a bit luckier at the end against Talon. Did we get the crits? I think we got the crits, I did not pay attention. And we did not get this one. Alright. Alrighty everybody. Let's do this encounter the regular way. Did I reset? I did not reset. Alrighty, let's do this encounter the regular way for today and come back to this some other time. Which at this point I think is just grinding it out until we get lucky enough. With this strategy, I'm going to try and brainstorm some other strategy, maybe test out some stuff offline, but this might just be kind of the game that we try to get the final product for. Did I just do the same thing again? Habit. This might just be the game where we just occasionally decide to, let's just give it a few more attempts, because why not? Alrighty, let's do the regular encounter here. Welcome to the normal final boss. In this encounter, Astley does not, in fact, has Banish. So we don't have to worry as dramatically much about that particular circumstance. Talon, of course, still has Utsuzemi, and we're immediately going to shoot for Talon here, just trying to knock him out as quick as we can. And that's more or less the entire plan here. I actually don't know whether they have anything different. Aside from, I'm pretty sure they have less maximum HP. Here, as you can see, Astley does not have... I think they have the exact same abilities, except Astley does not have Banish. You have never seen the regular fight? Well, I mean, it's pretty much the exact same, except no Banish. And I think probably less damage? I don't actually know. There's the Rupture. Isn't the feather thingy better since it does hit Talon anyway? I mean, I am using Feather Cut, unless you're referring to something else? Oh, the Swallowtail. No, he has it to semi-up, so our chance to hit on him is 56% chance. Alrighty. DJ Carmichael, thank you so much for the raid and the host, and welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the end of the Solo Captive Challenge run for the normal ending in Crystal Project. We have a pretty solid strategy here going. We tried to do the true ending for quite a while, but with the current strategy that we were attempting, we calculated to have a successful beginning to the fight to be about 0.68% chance, which, well, I'm not gonna be streaming for too much longer today, so consequently, I'm gonna go ahead and beat the game the normal way, for now at least. And hello, welcome to you. What were you doing today, Michael? Oh, I died. I forgot checkmate could, of course, just straight up kill me. I probably should just go for Astley first, huh? Just so we don't run into the checkmate trap. I completely forgot about it. So we should kill Astley anyways. Yep. Let's just go for our strategy. So this is what we were trying to do in the hard mode attempt. So the problem is Astley, once she drops below 8000 HP remaining, she will cast Banish on us, instantly killing us. There's no way to avoid it. Normally it would just remove one character from your party, so you still have a fighting chance, but because this is a solo character challenge, we don't have that fighting chance. So in order to kill her, we have a very specific setup with an ability called Checkmate, which has a 10% chance to do 500% damage. And we need the critical hit of the Checkmate, so 41% chance to crit, for 10% to do, well, enough damage. So it's 4.1% chance to work, which isn't too terrible for odds, but the problem is we actually also needed a double crit in order to effectively kill Astley in the end too. And that's kind of the problem we're running into. We kind of need a double crit. You know what? Hang on. Getting hit after I told him not to. Oh, I see. Dark Souls 1 no-hit run today. Oh yeah. By the way, if anybody likes no-hit challenges, which is definitely quite a challenge, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, currently on DJ Carmichael's stream, can recommend. It's kind of comfy there. What you would like to test if Astley casts Banish every turn after 8000. You know, it never... So here's the thing. I think the NPCs, they decide on what to do on the turn or the time when they get the turn. So I would assume it's not like monsters where occasionally you can put them to sleep and then they don't do the thing, because they just go into the next move in their AI cycle. But these, you don't actually even get the preview on what the next move is going to be. Options. Oh, I see. I accidentally said that this way during today, didn't I? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Oh no, no. Alrighty. Let's just show it to people who might have just joined. So, we have a very particular setup where every time we counterattack, we gain more maximum HP whenever we hit. So here we need a crit, and we need another crit, which we did get, which well, 41% chance times 2 in order to get 2 crits. And then, once we are here, it's a 4.1% chance to crit and get a 10% chance, which not terribly likely. And if we don't get this, we basically don't have a chance to win at this point anymore with this current setup in particular. You would have laughed hard if you got it again. That would have been funny. I just accidentally showed the proof of merit. But yeah, we got it once, quite a bit earlier here, but... well... turns out it's not quite good enough to just kill Astley, because Talon also hits like a truck there too. Basically a lot of damage potential, and of course Astley also uses checkmate against us, so she can just randomly decide to get the 10% and the crit on top of that against us too. Plus we cannot currently attack her because she's being covered by raid. Even the counterattacks don't even arrive at her. Which I think is quite fun. There's the Rupture. That's the main reason why I really would like to get rid of Talon. Checkmate. Astley is below half, as indicated by the HP on the bar on the left being now light red. Well, you cast Cure on others too like that. On the 50% crit damage. Oh, didn't crit. Actually, we only have a 10% chance to crit if we use that ability anyways. Right, there we go. Astley down. Now the most important target at this point is taking down Talon. Because he always uses an ability that we cannot counterattack. And occasionally he uses Rupture, which is at this point the most powerful ability remaining that they can use against us. Also, we did get the bleed from the Rupture, which is kind of really... well, it deals a lot of damage because it's 15% of our HP in damage, which is a lot. Especially because of the Reaper passive, we gain actually a lot of maximum HP, so the damage over time is actually pretty significant. And there we did. We lost against the regular version. I'm not sure what to tell you. So what we can do against the regular version, because we don't need as much specific damage, we can use the Construct Mail here. The Construct Mail gives us... 90% damage reduction of damage over time effects. Oh, I showed the proof of merit. Great. Why not use the Valkyrie Mail? You know, that's actually better. That's a good point. And yes, that regeneration does in fact counter bleed exactly. It's a very good point. Valkyrie melee is strictly better. I did the thing again. Oh my goodness. You know, maybe another way to optimize it. Let's say we get the double counter crit. If we optimize it in a way where our damage is just enough to kill while we don't have the mimic armor equipped, that could technically be also a way to optimize it to improve our chances against Talon in the end, right? 1712 times 5 is 8560. If only we could keep our power up. You know, Rending Cut is kind of like power up in a different way. Let's try something. I'm hoping to try and set it up at a second opening. Yeah, pretty much actually. Alright, the problem is, Asta is gonna hit us, we counterattack. The raid is not gonna cover. Actually, if raid covers here... Yeah, we're running into the same issue again, aren't we? Because now Astley is going to get exactly the banish turn here. And I don't think with this setup there's any way to be faster than Astley. Alrighty, let's try this again here. We equip the Valkyrie mail, so we counteract the bleed damage. Then we say no to the proof of merit, so we can fight the regular version of this encounter. Come on! Oh, we were not set up there. Let's try this again. We equip the Valkyrie mail. And there's not really anything else I can do. Could technically equip a helmet that has more physical defense. Unlikely to make a difference, but hey. Alrighty, I think just go for a rending cut on you. Reduce your armor. Well, that checkmate could have killed us, but it didn't. And then we go for Swallowtail. Hit all of them. Means we do hit Astley now through the defender. And we get a tremendous amount of lifesteal and maximum health from this setup too. And we even work on Talon's Utsuzumi stacks, for whatever that's worth. Alrighty, Astley is no longer being protected, so checkmate. Did not get it. She didn't get it either, but in this case we would have survived it. I guess this is fine. I'm gonna try and guillotine you here. That did not work. Pretty good damage though. I like how Asla is going to go there before Raid can protect for her, and she's probably gonna knock herself out here. And I get my second counter anyways. Alrighty, now we go Feather Cut. And Talon, just try to knock him out, because he's the only real threat left at this point, because we do not counterattack him. And now that we don't have as many targets to counterattack, we don't get as much lifesteal, we don't get as much maximum HP back. Wonder if there's a way to drop Reaper. I mean, the one thing I didn't actually use is I did not go for plus 20% HP passive, because it is 4 passive stacks, right? So you can definitely get to more maximum HP. And technically, Beatsmith is not the optimal case for maximum HP either, is it? Chloe is going to knock herself out soon. It's Samurai for maximum HP. I guess that kinda makes sense. Considering how many times we get hit, we would build a tremendous amount of AP via Samurai. We could get up to 90 AP. What's the maximum damage output of a Samurai? You know, I feel like that is worth investigating, now that he mentioned Samurai. Because Samurai, if it gets set up, it has a lot of damage potential, right? Here's through. Trying to knock him out there. Can you wear the samurai armor on ninja? Well, not without equip all, no. Alright, Talon down. It's just Raid remaining, who has been trying to damage us since a while. But not that much success. And hey, we beat the game. The base game anyways. With everything dead except for the true final boss. Solo character challenge. Now we just need to get the final boss. ... I hope you'll let me find you again. Oh. Alrighty. Yeah, actually, I think Samurai could be very, very interesting. Wait, you can two-hand katanas? I didn't even realize that you can two-hand katanas, and that's a difference. I've never used katanas, really. Either way, I feel like a full samurai combo, we could see how much damage that might be. The samurai's passive, if you have just a katana, it gets boosted power. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't even know what samurai's abilities are. Alright. That's the one thing worth investigating right now. I like the samurai idea actually quite a bit. To be fair, I largely just don't really know how or what potential samurai has, but considering that we get hit all the time by enemies, our AP generation is kind of through the roof and we just don't have a way to use it really. A different idea would be, does the Reaper passive work on magic damage? Let's say if we go for a counter stance of a wizard as a Reaper, do we get maximum HP from that? Because we could technically get like even more counters in, right? Of course, with that setup I would have no idea how to defeat Astley. Alright, back to the spawning meadows. This is where it all began. We had a lot of trouble just killing one enemy at a time. We had to do a bunch of grinding. Eventually we gained monk levels. Once we managed to get to some monk levels, we got counter as a passive. Which, considering that we were just one character and getting hit all the time, countering on every physical hit was definitely quite, well, a dramatic damage increase. Once we finally unlocked counter, which took a while to say the least, we slowly managed to advance further and further in the game, and then we kind of hit a rock wall. Because that wall was not having enough jobs that could do interesting and useful things, so we kind of started experimenting trying to skip these bosses. And just enough bosses could be skipped that we eventually managed to get further, and from there the world opened up. Alrighty everybody, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night.